You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Hello and welcome to our live coverage on Hurricane Fiona as it gets closer and closer to making landfall in Atlantic Canada tonight. We appreciate that there's many different things to track. Fiona is the most immediate danger, but we are also keeping our eye on everything else around the Atlantic right now. There's no less than 4 tropical cyclones currently active. Fiona, Gaston over the Azores, Hermine, which has just formed near Cape Verde in the Eastern Atlantic. Many people thought that name was going to go to the other system, which still hasn't got a tropical storm designation yet, Tropical Depression 9. And you can keep track of all 4 of those systems on our left-hand panel there whilst we go through tonight's stream. So hopefully everything is there at your fingertips right now. And we also have live satellite imagery of Fiona the whole time on our automated feed, also on our channel. But for the time being, we're going to be commencing our commentary on predominantly Fiona, but we'll cover as many things as we can. Here it is right now, still a Category 3 storm, National Hurricane Centre's last advisory, 125 miles per hour and a pressure of 940 millibars. Extremely impressive intensity as it approaches the Canadian Maritimes. We expect, or the National Hurricane Centre expects, that the landfall will be at around 105 miles per hour, which, to be honest, isn't actually the most strongest landfall ever to occur, but it is up there, very much up there. And considering how strong this storm has been up until a very short time, until reaching Canada, by that point, I think it still is a massive contender for possibly one of the worst storms for the region. Here in the studio, taking you through most of this evening, my name is Nathan Foy, and I'm joined by my team, who are all over there as well. We have tonight with us Adafira, Patrick, Christian, Josh, Gizmo, and Marlene. Hello to all of you.
Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon in my world.
Yep.
Guten Tag.
So we have our complement of members from all around, but generally people from the Western Hemisphere and the North America region. And we'll be discussing this storm in depth and counting down the kilometers until landfall. 540 it was at the start of when I was getting set up, and I've already got a little update for you. This is a testament to how fast the storm's moving. It's now down to 510 kilometers. So that's the latest information in regards to the distance from landfall. Parts of Fiona are already reaching land. In fact, significant rainfall already over Nova Scotia and New Brunswick, and even parts of Newfoundland and Labrador as well. So it's all going on right now, and we're here to take a look at everything. Here's the National Hurricane Centre forecast cone showing the expected track. Hurricane force moving through the islands there, and hurricane warnings are in effect. Just read these areas out. Hurricane warning for Nova Scotia from Hubbards to Brule, Prince Edward Island, Isle de la Madeleine, and Newfoundland from Parsons Pond to Francois. A tropical storm warning for St Andrews, New Brunswick to west of Hubbards, Nova Scotia, west of Brule, Nova Scotia to Cap Madeline, Quebec, Anticosti Island, Sheldrake, Quebec to north of Parsons Pond, Newfoundland, Boat Harbour to Hare Bay, and Francois to St Lawrence. A tropical storm watch even further north there for north of Boat Harbour, Newfoundland to West Bay, Labrador. remarkable to see warnings like this so far north, but here we are. Of course, in a previous life, in a previous generation perhaps, they probably wouldn't have issued hurricane warnings for this, with it being an extratropical landfall that they're expecting, much like what happened during Hurricane Sandy in 2012, as we all remember, where there was a big commotion as to they didn't issue warnings north of Cape Hatteras, I think it was, or near there. But since then, they've changed all of that and they issue hurricane and tropical storm warnings, even if they're not expecting a tropical landfall, because really the difference is not particularly large. The main difference, I mean, certainly the winds are still as strong, but it's the wind field that grows larger as the storm becomes cold core. Right then, who shall we begin with tonight in our team? Any volunteers? Because I'm not sure where to start.
I can read about the storm surge.
Oh yes, okay. Storm surge is going to be a major issue with this storm. Gizmo, tell us what the information is.
So this is from Environment Canada, the one who is in charge of Canadian weather, and they are expecting storm surge of up to 12 meters, and portions of the Gulf of St. Lawrence and Cabot Strait could see higher than 12 meters of storm surge. The Western Gulf will see waves from the north up to 8 meters in places, and Prince Edward Island could see major storm surge flooding. Rainfall widespread of 100 to 200 millimeters. However, areas closer to Fiona, so those under the hurricane warnings, could see more than 200 meters.
Millimeters?
Yes, millimeters.
You mentioned 12 meters of storm surge? That can't be right. Is that wave
That's what
height?
they have on their website.
Are you sure it's not 12 feet?
These waves will reach southern Newfoundland by Saturday morning and could be up to or possibly exceeding 12 meters.
I think that would be a wave height rather than a storm surge. They are two different things. I don't
Sounds
have
more like a tsunami than anything.
any actual numbers on storm surge here. National Hurricane Center aren't divulging numbers either, but certainly it is going to be a substantial storm surge, but it's not going to be 12 meters because that would be almost a world record. It can't be that high.
I'd imagine probably it means 12 feet.
No, there's definitely such a thing as wave heights of 12 meters, but the waves get much lower when they get when the waves get closer to land.
Well, it had it classified under storm surge, so...
Interesting. There's no way it could be 12 meters. That would be an Atlantic Basin record. You know, Category 5s don't even do that, so... Well, there we have it. Let's look at Fiona's appearance, which we have been looking at this satellite imagery for a little while, and it's not been very long since we last looked at Fiona, and it had that still the eye was going, but now it appears that we do have a total collapse on our hands, with this extratropical transition certainly beginning. Christian?
Sorry, I've got nothing at the minute.
Well, on the satellite imagery, we can quite clearly see that the eye has been struggling, and the western eye wall completely looks to have collapsed, and it is well and truly on its way to its post-tropical transition. Let's talk to Patrick. You are showing us a fair amount of things as well. What's your observations on Fiona at the moment?
Well, I am just going to jump to 98 LRT, Tropical Depression 9 here briefly for a second. I just want to note that a couple of things I've been observing. First off, I do want to say this right now that given latest observations, including maxed out ocean heat content values, as well as very favorable sea surface temperatures within the 28 to 29 degrees Celsius range, and weak vertical wind shear, given all of these factors, including the fact that Tropical Depression 9 is becoming a bit more organized as its LLC is improving, I would expect that Tropical Depression 9 will be poised to rapidly strengthen within the next 48 to 72 hours and could potentially be a major hurricane by the time it gets to Florida, just based off the NHC cone, which I...
Here it is. We've got the forecast cone there, and it is right to look at Tropical Depression 9 as well, because there are watches that have now been issued for those who may have been out of the loop. The Cayman Islands, a hurricane watch there, and a tropical storm watch for Jamaica. Those are the first watches that have come out of this tropical depression. They have not yet named it. Hermine has been named, but it goes to the eastern Atlantic system near Cape Verde.
What was 10L basically?
Tropical Depression 10, yeah.
I also do have some satellite imagery for Tropical Depression 9 if it would like to load on my screen here really quick. Okay, as you can see on the eastern side of the storm, it is blowing up in intensity. However, I have been noticing that there is a bunch of convection on the southwest side of the storm. However, it does appear that the center is approaching the area of thunderstorms, which would most likely mean that we could see this to potentially get better organized. And I would expect, given latest trends, that we could see this storm named potentially by at least the 11 p.m. advisory. And I would not be surprised if we see this thing kind of go a bit nuts in the Gulf of Mexico and southeastern or western Caribbean Sea, if I got my location right.
When you look back at the latest cone, it's calling for a major hurricane to strike western Florida on Wednesday. Still 5 days out, but the confidence is starting to increase. Josh, I think you wanted to... Sorry.
Yes. Trick, may I ask, how warm is the Gulf right now, as of right now?
How warm is the Gulf right now? The Gulf is primed with upper 80s sea surface temperatures, and my mom is calling, so I have to step away for a second.
Oh dear.
Anyways, that's the temperature you want to see to, like, see rapid intensification.
Yeah. And if we go ahead.
Yep, I'll go ahead as soon as my computer decides that it is able to.
Well, apparently.
Fine.
Practice. Okay, I have it. Northwest Caribbean, especially around Cuba, is mostly 30 Celsius. And on Earth just happened.
Looks like you've got some issues there.
Yes, lag is what's happening. Okay, we're back. If it lets me. Alright. Yes, 30 degrees Celsius, 29 to 30, all the way up to Cuba and Florida. Prime conditions are favorable. Wind shear is going to be quite low overall the entire way the system moved. The entire region. Looking at ocean heat content here, you can see that it's very high, maxed out practically in southwest of Cuba, east of the Yucatan, near the Cayman Islands especially. The Gulf is also pretty good. However, it really depends on whether 9 goes over Cuba and weakens a bit and then strengthens again before it hits Florida, or it stays away from Florida and or stay away from Cuba and just keeps on strengthening all the way up to landfall, which is probably a worst case scenario at this point.
Look at all of that heat content, though. That is really remarkable.
Yeah, it's maxed out.
That's way more than we saw in yesterday's update, even.
On my observations, I think 09L can be, like, named the end of today.
But, well, I mean, what they're just lacking tropical storm force winds at this point. I'm pretty sure it would have had tropical storm force winds earlier on, say yesterday, but
potential.
this kind of was predicted, and it might be a little while until it gets those gale force winds back.
Recon is actually en route / into Tropical Depression 9. I know that they said that Air Force Hurricane Renaissance hunters were flying out to the storm. So I am going to be monitoring for recon data. Hopefully they are not. A mission hasn't been assigned yet. However, I do think that actually we do have it officially. Recon is currently in the storm right now. Recon is in progress for Tropical Depression 9.
Good to know, and they may find tropical storm force winds, and as soon as that happens, then you're going to get that name. Quite remarkable that it ended up being Hermine that got named first. I think most people really had their bets that Tropical Depression 9 would get named first, but that's how it goes sometimes. Here is the wide shot showing both Fiona and 9L, Tropical Depression 9 there, at odds with each other across the Atlantic. 9L in the Caribbean and Fiona really swirling up towards Canada now. 494 kilometers from Nova Scotia. Gizmo.
I have the 18Z GFS run, and so far it's showing a landfall in Cuba, the very western part of the island, with a pressure of 944 millibars. As Elefthero said, it does weaken as it passes over Cuba. But in the Gulf of Mexico, the GFS shows it having a close pass to Florida and continuing to intensify. By 108 hours, it's got at 937 millibars.
Oh my goodness.
And obviously, it's at that point, it's on the same latitude as around Miami, just into the Gulf. So it also has time beyond that to continue intensifying, which if was to come true, then it would be possibly stronger than Fiona. Definitely stronger in millibars.
I'm actually be honest right now. Given latest trends with the ocean heat content and the sea surface temperatures, I would actually not be surprised to see a major hurricane strength landfall in Cuba. Given the fact that the RI cycle is pretty much going to happen at this point, this storm is going to rapidly intensify as it passes Jamaica, and who knows, we could potentially see a very powerful hurricane within the southeastern Gulf of Mexico over the next couple of days, just given latest rapid intensification trends. And I am getting increasingly concerned with what the storm has the potential to do to Florida within the next couple of days.
So right now it appears that Recon have just taken off from St. Croix, correct?
That is correct.
Looks like it.
So they're going to be headed straight towards Tropical Depression 9 now. It shouldn't take them that long to get there. Maybe trying to figure out what flight time might be there. Maybe an hour and a half until they're properly in there. So we'll be able to capture what their readings are when they get there. We've got loads and loads of questions from viewers. And you can start your message with Force 13 all in text, and it will light up for us, as many people have already done. I'll try and get us through as many of them as possible.
Just to finish my comment on that VFS run, it shows the system getting to its lowest point at 927 millibars. However, there is good news about the track. The track is that as it gets closer to the Florida Panhandle, it does begin to weaken. Like, just before landfall, it has weakened to around 955 millibars right before landfall. So, if this model was to come true, while there would be dangerous winds over most of Florida, it wouldn't be at its deepest pressure and most intense time for the system. There it does show weakening as it approaches the Florida Panhandle.
That's been a trend for a while now. Ombra says, how much damage will Gaston inflict on the Azores? It is right over the Azores right now, and we can take a look on this imagery here, and you can make out the islands there. It is moving right over the central Azores at this point by the looks of things, and looks like it's starting to get really sheared off actually. So they'll get 50-mile-an-hour winds and some hefty rain bands, but I imagine it's not going to be too crazy on the Azores. But of course, definitely to be cautious. Comment here: did Nauru have a center relocation to the south of the previous, and how did that ginormous blow-up of convection affect the storm and its track? Now, for those who are wondering, that is in reference to the Western Pacific storm, because if this wasn't enough, we also have a system over there headed towards the Philippines. Signal 1 warnings in effect for parts of Luzon now, and here is an image. I want to get a better one. Where's the better one? The geocolor, I think this will be. Yes, this imagery here showing the storm headed towards the Philippines. I haven't been watching honestly, so I don't know if there has been a center relocation. It was heavily sheared, it still is a little bit, and there was an enormous blow up of convection, which this imagery hasn't quite captured. It was earlier than the image sequence, but it was an enormous blow up. It was almost like a volcanic eruption. A massive gravity wave went through the outer bands. It was really quite something. I don't really have a answer for you, unfortunately. I haven't been monitoring closely enough. Canadian says, what's the landfall intensity for Fiona? If the National Hurricane Center are right, it looks like it's going to be 105 miles per hour, which is 170 kilometers per hour. Sustained winds. Is 98L a PTC? Well, no, it skipped that. It's a tropical depression already. Tropical Depression 9. Lava Command says Western Cuba has no mountains and Ida barely weakened during Cuba landfall. A small weakening wouldn't matter. What you really want to look for is shear from the trough. I mean, wind shear, as far as I can tell, and the main reason why the GFS has the storm weakening just before landfall, it's been doing that for a few runs, is because wind shear starts to really rise up again very quickly at the end of the 5-day period just before it makes landfall. So there could still be some kind of a saving grace there. More comments. Cyclone Tracking Oz sends us a message of support. What's the potential for a Yucatan landfall out of 9L? Those chances are rapidly slipping, I would say. When you look back at National Hurricane Center cone, just how far away the Yucatan is now, it's really dropping away. What was that?
Sorry, that was me coughing.
Oh.
I also coughed.
And a few more comments. Dirt Monster says, I'm in New Smyrna and would like to know some advice, please. That is along the coast. I know the name, but I can't quite remember where along the Florida coast that is. I'm going to have to find you.
Well,
Yes.
well, if where they are is on the Atlantic, like the coast,
Yeah, on the Atlantic coast. I thought so. I was a little bit surprised to hear it.
Won't be the worst of the effects on the system. It could still bring tropical storm winds depending on how large its wind field is. However, most of the Atlantic coast will be spared from the worst effects. Most of the effects that will affect Florida will be focused around its coast on the Gulf of Mexico, especially around the Panhandle, where it's expected to make that landfall.
Can't rule out some scenarios that are saying that the storm might stall on the other side of Florida after it makes landfall on the western coast. And so if that happens, of course, it would be a big rain impact for the east coast. Even if it doesn't stall, you could still get in excess of 10 inches of rain. GFS model run earlier depicted over 20 inches in Orlando. So there could be some significant rain repercussions from this storm if not the wind. Joshua says, do we think Hermine will make landfall in Florida, or do you think the cone will change dramatically? Well, let's just remind you that Hermine is in the East Atlantic, near Africa. Now, I know that a few people...
09L is potentially going to go to Florida.
I know a few people pre-naming on the internet didn't help, but 9L is not going to be Hermine. It's going to take the next name, and that's why we don't pre-name. But anyways, to the question, will it make landfall in Florida? I mean, more likely than not, and when you look at everything involved, more than half the cone there is, nearly all of that cone is headed for Florida, so it's much more likely than not. Tate says,
no possibility.
Is it even possible for 9L to intensify as quick as Wilma with these conditions near the same part of the Caribbean? It's a little bit further east. I highly doubt it will intensify as quickly as Wilma did, but it's going to be potential for rapid intensification is definitely there. And even if it's anywhere close to Wilma's rate of intensification, it's going to be an absolute monster if that happened. Ike says... Sorry, go ahead.
Keep in mind, Wilma is one of the fastest intensifying tropical cyclones on record. And it went from Category 1 to Category 4 in less than 6 hours.
Yeah, insane. We continue to look at this geocolor imagery following Tropical Depression 9L there. And of course Fiona, which is our main focus as it approaches Canada. Distance from land right now is, just find this out, 484 kilometers from reaching Nova Scotia, so getting a little bit closer every time.
Warnings are now in effect for the Azores from Tropical Storm Gaston.
They've been in effect for a long time.
Or is it Madeira? Oh, no, not Gaston. The Canary Islands for Hermine are now under watches for rainfall.
Oh, for rainfall.
The Canary Islands?
Yes.
Oh.
Hermine is moving towards the Canary Islands.
Yep.
I mean...
Okay, then.
It could do something for rainfall.
I'm just looking at its forecast cone, and the rainfall part, the closest point it gets is when it undergoes its extratropical transition to where it weakens rapidly, and then by the looks of it, it turns away from the Canary Islands. So, personally, I'm a bit surprised that they have issued it. However, if it does get big enough, it could definitely see rainfall, but it just seems a bit weird.
Let's get on to some of those other questions. I mean, we are here to answer those as well as everything else. What will be the Tropical Depression 9's effects on Myrtle Beach, South Carolina? Well, for you, it's too far out to have any idea, really. However, if current trends are correct, then I would suggest the possibility of still possibly a hurricane moving through close to your area in about a week's time. But that is still too far out and speculative. Rachel says, is Spring Hill going to get hurricane force winds? Once again, a name that's familiar with me, but I can't for the life of me pinpoint it. So let me just remind myself. That's along the west coast, yes, north of Tampa. So that area is one place of many that could be near the center point of a landfall. All along the west coast, pretty much, from, well, the whole thing really is a possible problem. Spring Hill has a little bit of geography on its side, though. It's at a very awkward angle for a potential hurricane landfall, meaning that they're very rare in that area. Nonetheless, you could still get hurricane force winds, and that whole area, Tampa Bay region, and along the whole west coast you need to be preparing and making sure that you're if the worst comes to worst, that everything is sorted out in terms of preparations, emergency kits, and all the necessities that you may need are accounted for. But it's still too far out to give you any kind of real indication as to whether you'll get hit there or anywhere else. But hurricane force winds is a possibility. What's the landfall intensity forecasted for Fiona over Nova Scotia? I think we did answer that, but around 105 miles per hour is what we're expecting. Category 2 force, but it will be post-tropical. And one just skipped by me there.
Excuse me, Nathan.
Go ahead.
It's unfortunate to say, but I unfortunately do have to go.
That's okay.
See you.
Thanks for joining us. And how interesting that we started off with about 6 people in our team, and there's only 3 of us at this point, but there we go. But we are fully capable, I'd like to think. So keep your messages coming in, and we'll be talking about this all evening. Fiona being the main feature, but we have plenty of other systems active and a lot going on tonight. We're mainly covering Fiona just because its distance to land is really getting up there close now. Christian, you've been watching Fiona today as well. Its motion, when you watch it on an animated loop, really starting to get a spurt on, isn't it?
Absolutely, yes. Obviously, as it undergoes transition, it's going to pretty much speed off towards the north, unless it's not already doing that already. But
well, you look at it on the wide shot, it's starting to turn, yes.
Oh, give me one moment here. Take a look at this.
The more you look at it, it's turning, and it's increasingly looking more extratropical. You see that it's just being, I don't know how you describe that, but it's being slanted and shunted, and this is what happens.
It's essentially being torn apart. But obviously, it's still going to retain those incredibly speedy winds. So obviously, hurricane warnings still need to be in effect
all the way through. It will still have hurricane force winds until after until the north side of the Gulf of St. Lawrence along the west coast of Newfoundland. So it's going to be probably a historic event for Canada. It's at a awkward angle as well. It's at a more perpendicular angle than you usually get with these types of storms, which I know for a lot of people starts to throw up the memories of Sandy, for instance, especially those who were affected by that one. But for Canada, whilst it's, well, actually at the moment,
I remember Sandy, I'm afraid.
Well, at the moment it is stronger than Sandy was when it made landfall in the northeast. Whether that remains the case when it gets closer, at the moment it's forecasted to weaken to 105 miles per hour and then move northwards inland over, well, clip the eastern part of Nova Scotia and then through towards Labrador, and Newfoundland also getting tropical storm force winds most likely. Crazy times. And down at the bottom of the screen there once again is Tropical Depression 9, which could become our next tropical storm soon. No, it still hasn't been named, but it is gradually moving westwards and looking better with recon on the way. More questions. Brandon says, what is the absolute furthest west that you could see Tropical Depression 9 going? What do you think, guys?
The furthest west. Ooh, that is a good point. I mean, what have the NHC got for it so far? So they've got it curving northward. I could probably, I don't know, like going through like the very west, I could probably see it going into Alabama, but that's not what is in the forecasts.
There's still 1 or 2 ensemble outliers that take it along the northern coast of the Yucatan and then God knows what in the Gulf of Mexico. But they are outliers. Less than 5% chance of it doing that, really.
Yeah, I mean, that's really far out of the NHC's cone. Like you said, those are outliers, so obviously I wouldn't really believe them. Like you said, less than 5% chance as well. And yeah, like I said, the furthest west I see this going is at least the coastline of Alabama. So, yeah, I mean, I doubt it will do that in the first place.
Yeah.
Although it is really, really unsettling to see a major point right next to Tampa. And that's on the coast.
Yep, there it is once again from the National Hurricane Center, that major hurricane point being extremely close to the coast on day 5. That's Wednesday afternoon. Hurricane watches already in effect for the Cayman Islands and a tropical storm watch for Jamaica. And once again, the cone for Fiona. It's very difficult trying to keep on top of both of these at the same time and trying to give them as much coverage as they both deserve, because they're extremely dangerous situations, both of them. But there's Fiona. Hurricane landfall expected, gradual weakening. It is still 125 mile an hour winds with the orange shape there. That's the tropical storm conditions, getting pretty damn close to the coast of Nova Scotia at this point. Loads more questions that we need to try and get through. And it actually lost my position. There are loads here. Where is the cold front currently expected to line up at over Florida? Could you show us some models, Christian, so we can have a look at that again?
I can try. I'm trying to trying to at least get what I'm currently working on done.
Oh, you are. I'm sorry, you are working on stuff right now. I shouldn't have asked. Christian right now is working on a update on 9L. And to be honest, Christian, you shouldn't really be disturbed, I guess.
Yeah,
but as far as I can tell, the latest I'm seeing, this is interesting. I mean, the 18Z GFS has come out with a Big Bend area landfall, actually. That's gone much further west.
Oh, that's not good.
So, if that happens, the front doesn't fully grip the storm at all. It just starts to turn it up northwards a little bit when the front initially goes through the southeast United States on Monday, Tuesday, and it's due to a big drop in the jet stream that hooks this storm up. That's what probably helps it to go north in the first place. So there's nothing really blocking it at first, and then there's a bit of a high pressure blocking it, which slows down its movement as it passes western Florida, and then it speeds up again as that high moves out of the picture. Sorry we can't show a graphical depiction of this, but that's what the latest GFS is depicting. More questions. What's causing Noru to move so fast? That's the Western Pacific storm, and once again, it's not just Fiona and 9L and Gaston and Hermine that we're covering, but we're also covering a Western Pacific storm as well. It's all going on at the same time here. This is Noru. To be honest with you, it's not moving that fast. It is, it's doing a decent speed, but it's not out of the ordinary. But I would imagine it's probably due to ridging to the north. Let me just double check that. Or is it even... trying to figure that one out. It's not really ridging. But it will eventually push the storm further south when it's in the South China Sea. So that's how the steering looks there. But no, it's a pretty typical, somewhat typical path. It did start a little bit further north, which is sort of interesting, but well, there we have it anyway. More comments here. What will be the storm surge height? Another question in reference to Tropical Depression 9, I assume, or Fiona. I mean, everyone's going to have to make clear what they're referring to here. For Fiona,
that's way too much.
For Fiona, the surge height, I don't really know. They've not said, but I would imagine you could be quite easily looking at over 10 feet. As for Fiona, as for 9L, it might be the similar answer. You could be looking at something like that when it reaches Florida. We'll just have to see when it happens. That would be a pretty devastating blow if a storm like this was to strike the west coast near Tampa like that. That's what's currently being depicted. But that cone is very wide, and the center of the storm can pass anywhere within that cone. Let's see what else. Oh, they did, sorry. Pardon me, Mohammed, there. You did speculate or confirm below there 9L. So hopefully I answered that. Sleepy Joe says, will this be a very similar situation as Charlie? The path is nearly identical to Charlie. It also looks to be a smaller system as well. Well, it won't be smaller than Charlie. It'll be quite a bit larger. And Charlie was quite a bit weaker, I think, when it was moving through Cuba. I struggle to remember now, because Charlie was a storm that occurred in 2004. That really started off that season, if you don't count Alex being a major. But made a Category 4 landfall after explosively intensifying near Florida Bay, and then making landfall extremely powerful. This could be larger. It probably wouldn't intensify as quickly after moving over Cuba. Can't rule out a Category 4 landfall for western Florida, but if it did, it would be bigger, and you'd be looking at more kind of an Irma impact rather than a Charlie impact. But that is still quite a way out, and we've got to see what happens. If this storm were in fact to make landfall in Cuba, a proper one, then most of its intensification will occur before reaching Cuba, and it probably won't have chance to intensify as much on approach to Florida. If it moves further west though, for instance the western edge of that cone, then we could well be looking at sustained intensification for quite a while, and worst case scenario quite possibly. Any thoughts on that? No thoughts right now from our team. They're too busy. Everyone's really busy. Do we think that Tropical Depression 9 could intensify into a Category 4 before making landfall in Florida? Sort of answered that actually. Certainly could. When you look at a cone like this, the sky's the limit. It really is. Our model's shifting more north on the west coast. We'll check models properly in the next hour, because we'll have some new model visualizations at 20 past 7 Eastern time. Be able to have a proper look at all of that. Why isn't the aircraft recon on Tropical Tidbits updating, or is that just me? I have no idea, mate. I don't really.
We don't manage that website, so we have no clue.
I don't really cover recon personally myself, anyway. Not that I don't like it or anything like that. It's just that there's people who are far more clued up than me on tracking the recon planes. They might have it might just be that the recon aren't transmitting data. There's a little short gap. Sometimes you get that. Sometimes there can be issues with the data being passed over from the plane. They have these difficulties, and you end up getting much less data than usual. Let's see what else we have. Lava Command, I think, sort of finishing a discussion there. If it tries to do a Wilma, it may collapse like Delta of 2020. I don't know, maybe. And why are we looking at Nauru again? There it is, that's Nauru in the Western Pacific. But let's switch back to... well, there's Fiona. The more we look at Fiona right now, look at the western side completely opened up now. There is nothing there. There's a big dome of nothingness on the western side. A fully open eye on the west side. Really fascinating to see how an extremely powerful storm like Fiona has been pulled apart there, and it's still almost functioning as a half hurricane with the eastern side with those decent cloud tops, although very little rotation now, it would seem, when you look at that. Maybe it's just because it's being dragged so far so quickly up towards the north, getting very close to Nova Scotia. let's get a position estimate. And right now we can calculate that the current distance from land was 475 kilometers. It is now 449. So it is closing in extremely quickly over the course of this hour. I think we've gone from, I think it's closed in something like 130 kilometers or something. That can't be true. Let me just check this here. Press this button a few times, and in 1 hour, it's nearly right. In 1 hour, this storm has moved 110 kilometers.
Wow. That
Impressive.
is very impressive.
And that is about 69 miles per hour.
Nice.
Movement speed. That is an extremely quick movement. In 1 hour.
That's about as fast as you can go on the motorway.
Almost. From a UK perspective there with
From a-
Christian.
Yep. I'm not sure what it is on the interstate, but
Usually similar.
yep.
So moving at 110 kilometers per hour in the last 1 hour, of course. So, you know, they can, it averages out later on, and it might get a little bit slower overall, but really fast movement in that hour, and is now 449 kilometers from the closest point of Nova Scotia. Also need to point out Sable Island is also in the way as well, a thin island to the southeast of Nova Scotia. That's currently 292 kilometers from the center of the storm. Just C says, what do you see with 9L and Miami? Well then, it is still within the cone, but Miami shouldn't receive the worst conditions from the storm. Indeed, if the cone, or if this forecast transpires completely, then you'll probably barely get tropical storm force winds, really. You'll probably get tropical storm force winds. It could still move east, though, that track, although the GFS might put some doubt onto that one now. It is still extremely uncertain on that 5-day period. It's going to be a tough one. And has the I curse in the Atlantic returned? This is the second storm in a row that has the potential to be an I name and forecasted to be over 100 miles per hour.
Well, I wouldn't say it's returned yet, because as of this current moment in time, there is no I-named storm in the Atlantic right now.
Well, even we know that we can't be as pedantic as that anymore, Christian. It's going to form.
Sure. I mean, it could be what PTC4 was like, but I really doubt that at this. But yeah, I mean, we're not exactly holding our breath for this to be named. We just sort of know it's inevitable at this rate. But as I'm sure you might have noticed, we've not actually called the storm what we think is going to be named yet. We keep calling it number 9.
Nathan?
That's the professional way to do it, yes. Go ahead.
Yes, which is the professional way.
What did you say how fast it moved in an hour?
So Fiona has moved 110 kilometers in the last hour.
About 70 miles an hour, if that helps.
That is nearly as fast as actually the fastest hurricane on record, which was Emily in 1987. It's only slower by less than 0.3 miles per hour. So it could be as well, on the exact speed, it could be the fastest moving cyclone on record.
But we do have to average it out over 6 hours. I think it will slow down a little bit. It's just rounding that corner, so to speak, right now. But at the moment, that movement is incredibly fast. Let's try and get some more comments here. How does Fiona compare to past hurricanes in Atlantic Canada, such as Juan and Dorian? Well, I can't speak for Dorian, but for our other branch, Cyclone History, we produced a graphic a little while ago, and I should have thought of this sooner, but let me just retrieve this graphic for you, which shows quite nicely the historical perspective on what we're dealing with Fiona right now. Just trying to get this here, and it's quite a nice graphic that I made earlier. So there it is. Just move it down a little bit. So here's some historically strong landfalls, in fact the strongest Atlantic Canada landfalls over time. So number 1 and number 2 on the left made landfall near Yarmouth. Now that was a storm in 1927, and Hurricane Ginny, both 105 mile per hour hurricanes, tropical. Number 3 is Juan, which was a 100 mile an hour landfall in 2003, pretty much over Halifax. Number 4 is Helene in 1958, which made a 100 mile an hour extratropical landfall. That'll be the closest to this one, to Fiona. Fiona looks like it will make landfall just east of that number 4 point, with winds of 105 miles per hour, extratropical. Number 5 for Newfoundland, Michael in October 2000, 100 miles an hour there, tropical. Number 6 was a storm in 1893, 100 miles per hour, tropical. But the strongest is number 7 there, Luis, the extratropical remnants of Luis, which still had winds of 120 miles per hour there as it made landfall near St. John's in September 1995. So that shows you a few, the strongest storms to make landfall along those islands. Quite a few Category 1s as well, but Fiona will be, likely to be a Category 2 equivalent when it makes landfall, just like these other 7. So it will be the 8th storm in Canadian history to make landfall with winds of 100 miles per hour or higher, if the forecast comes true. So yes, one for the history books for certain. Now I should also mention that our team member David is simulcasting tonight's stream on Force 13's Facebook page, so I'd like to say hello to everyone watching on there as well, and feel free to send us a message. I'll be checking in on that periodically. Tropical Storm Altony Bronze says, did other hurricanes interact with a cold front before? Well, I'm sure they did. I'm just trying to figure out which ones. I'm trying to remember exactly what the interaction was with Teddy, but it feels similar. Rachel says, will Ian give hurricane force to Port Richey? It's another place I'm going to have to look up here. Oh no, I think I can see it. Yes, Port Richey, along the western coast, just north of the Tampa Bay area. So that could be an area of danger. Certainly, I would expect that area will probably get a hurricane watch at some point during the life of Tropical Depression 9. But I can't be, unfortunately and possibly frustratingly, I can't be more precise than that at this point. Jock says, do you think Fiona will have the name retired? We don't really talk about that until long after the storm. It's been a pretty crazy storm so far. We'll have to assess the damages. And what do outliers mean? And I think when we were talking about the models, literally models that are sort of away from the pack, the consensus, those are what we call the outliers, that are much less likely, but still some of the models might say that, and it's a legitimate possibility. What do we think of the chances of this becoming a major before Cuba landfall, referring to 9L? And thanks for all of our coverage as usual. Thank you for tuning in. I think there is a significant chance of it becoming a major hurricane before Cuba landfall. A lot of people suggesting that the National Hurricane Center might be being conservative with this forecast even, especially when you consider the ridiculous oceanic heat content underneath that forecast cone when it gets beyond Jamaica, and wind shear values near zero.
I mean, if you do look at the forecast models, the GFS, the European model, the CMC model, all of those do show it reaching those pressure millibars where you would expect the system to be a major hurricane as it makes landfall over Cuba. So it could definitely, if it does capitalise on that oceanic heat content, if it does capitalise on that very low wind shear, it could very well intensify and become a major hurricane before it hits Cuba.
Questions about when the next National Hurricane Centre advisory is. We'll have that in an hour from now. That's when the next update is. Latest information on Fiona's distance from 449 kilometres is now 427 from reaching Nova Scotia. Ticking down extremely quickly, more so than even I thought it would. How much similar is Fiona and Sandy? Any you guys want to speculate on that? It feels a little bit like that when you look at it, but the thing is with Sandy is that it, even near the Bahamas, it wasn't fully tropical.
And also, there are big differences in the track of the system.
Sandy was much bigger.
Yeah, and obviously Sandy was hitting a more populated area than what Fiona's going to hit. So, I mean, I can see where people would get that comparison from. However, there are major differences between Fiona and Sandy.
In a little while, we'll take a look at computer models at 20 past 7. So get ready for that. That's when we'll get the first visualization on my software for the GFS model from 18Z. Canadian says, is it still possible for Fiona to have 115 mile an hour winds at landfall? It's possible, but the way it's looking right now, I am doubting it. When do we think the Tropical Depression 9 will be a hurricane? 2 days at least, I would say. If it does happen in 2 days, then I guess that confirms that we're in trouble. Will Fiona make landfall in Canada as a hurricane or tropical storm? Neither. A hurricane strength extratropical storm is what's going to happen, and it looks like it's on track to be extratropical. By the time it gets there, it's rapidly losing tropical characteristics as we look at it. We'll have more on Fiona and the rest of the Atlantic Ocean in a few minutes' time. Stay tuned. Live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Hurricane Fiona is speeding towards the coast of Nova Scotia, and looking at the latest imagery, it appears to have started that turn towards the north and eventually northwest, which will ensure that the storm piles right into the eastern part of Nova Scotia and into the Gulf of St. Lawrence. It still has winds of 125 miles per hour, which is almost 200 kilometers per hour, I think, and a central pressure estimate of 940 millibars, 940. If there's any updates on the storm from the National Hurricane Center, we will let you know. They are due to update in at the end of this hour. At 20 past, we'll be having a look at the models for all the systems around the world. So strap yourself in for that, and we'll be talking to our team about the plethora of storms that we currently have active around the Atlantic Ocean. For this hour, my name is Nathan Foy, and I'm joined by Christian and Gizmo. I think everyone else is already hunkered down, Gizmo.
Yeah.
So we find ourselves being the only people fully here. I know that Christian is working hard on an update on Tropical Depression 9 for the Force 13 channel, and that is down there. It looks like that. The convection's blowing up quite nicely, and the centre looks like it's getting further underneath that convection. It wouldn't surprise me if the recon plane that is on its way finds a tropical storm, but until that happens, we don't know yet. I'm gonna have to try and find the recon source myself. Usually it's other people who do this, but
is it not updating?
Well, usually it's other people on our team who find the information and relay it, but I might have to go and do that myself. So I'll be looking out for that.
Is the NHC underestimating Ian for no rapid intensification?
Well, it's hard to predict rapid intensification, that's the thing.
I mean, conditions are good for it, and conditions could support rapid intensification. However,
it's hard to say. I mean, it's very easy to say that this forecast is conservative, but I'm not sure. I say but I'm not really sure, to be honest. Sea surface temperatures are very warm in the Caribbean Sea. Oceanic heat content is through the roof. Wind shear is near zero. Yeah, I don't think there is an argument. I think it should be stronger on the forecast. So let's see if we can educate ourselves and read through the National Hurricane Center's forecast discussion and see if there's any method to this supposed madness that some people might be suggesting about the forecast. So let me read this out. Recent satellite trends suggest that the cyclone may already be nearing a lower shear environment, and once that occurs, the atmospheric and oceanic conditions appear very conducive for strengthening through early next week. As the cyclone moves within a moist and unstable environment over sea surface temperatures greater than 30 degrees, it is forecast to rapidly intensify over the northwestern Caribbean Sea and continue strengthening whilst it approaches western Cuba on Monday night. The very warm waters of the southeastern Gulf of Mexico should allow for more strengthening once it crosses Cuba, And the National Hurricane Center forecast once again shows the system approaching Florida as a major hurricane by the middle of next week. So they explicitly say they expect rapid intensification in the Caribbean, and yet they're only forecasting 80 knots before it moves over Cuba. 90 category 1. You would, I don't know, they say rapid intensification and yet they're not really forecasting rapid intensification.
Maybe in the next cone it will change, but yeah, it does seem strange that their cone seems very, very conservative, especially compared to that discussion that you just read.
Yeah, I don't really know what to say about that. If it was me forecasting, then I would probably put it to 110 miles per hour before Cuba, high in category 2, because that is rapid intensification. But who are we to say? The next update will be coming out from the National Hurricane Center on 3 of these 4 storms in an hour. They do intermediate advisories every 3 hours for storms that have warnings attached. That's the case for 3 of them. The only one that doesn't is Hermine. The other storm that's active is Gaston, which is here, moving through the Azores right now this evening. And that actually is Hermine. I didn't think we had that image. Let's blow that up. There's the full look at Hermine right now. Clearly a tropical storm and looking quite decent off the western coast of Africa.
Not expected to move much. I mean, it will move north, but by its forecast, it isn't expected to, well, definitely not move like Fiona, but it will remain around that area for quite some time.
Let's go back to the latest imagery of Fiona right now, and here it is on the screen. And you can see there it previously had that nice eye. Welcome back, Christian. That was a lovely welcome. That's the eye as it changed there, and now it's a big dry gap on the western side of the storm with what you could really call half an eye wall. Really on its way to becoming extra tropical there as it gradually moves, turning towards the north. Send in your comments and questions. Start your message with Force 13, all in text. It will light up for us to be able to read off your comments.
I have just seen your comment go past. This is from Just Butler. Can Hermine become a hurricane? Thanks.
No.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's going to become a hurricane.
Despite its good appearance, I don't think it has enough time in decent conditions. It is quite a good appearance, but usually this happens quite often along the coast of Africa. The systems emerge off the coast and look good for a while, and then they just die. Most of them without becoming a tropical cyclone. Now, more comments here. Could Tropical Depression 9 hit Florida as a Category 4? It certainly
possible.
Could.
And some of the models do see it get to a lower millibar pressure where it would be a Category 4 hurricane. It just depends on how it responds with its ocean heat content and the wind shear and the sea surface temperatures, how Cuba affects it, how much it weakens over Cuba, and how much land interaction it gets from the continental US. But it's definitely possible.
Just had a little position update there. Fiona is now 414 kilometers from Nova Scotia. Let's get some more comments here. Is National Hurricane Center underestimating 9L for no rapid intensification? Again, it's so weird as I was reading that through there. They say rapid intensification, and yet it's not really rapid intensification that happens on their forecast cone. And like I say, if it were me, I'd be forecasting a Category 2 landfall for Cuba, and then probably Category 3 for Florida. I don't know. They won't update that cone either until 11 PM Eastern, so it's going to be a while until we get an update on that. But we'll be able to show you the GFS solution for that, for all of these storms in about 10 minutes time, so stay tuned for that. How similar is TD9's track to Hurricane Charlie in 2004? It's been bandied about quite a few times now by various people. It's going to be larger than Charlie though, and that means it probably won't intensify as quickly from a standing start. However, it will probably have more strength than Charlie by the time it reaches Cuba in the first place. So it will have less of a gap to make up, if that makes sense, before it reaches the west and goes to Florida. So all in all, I expect that worst case scenario it could be worse than Charlie. But it really depends on where it strikes and how much it intensifies in the 3 days it has before reaching Cuba. Just trying to get a few things ready here on my other screen as we go towards some more comments here as well. Just looking at some. All right. Let's go back to the latest imagery on Fiona as we keep monitoring it very closely. The eye feature is still there, although it's a shell of one. There's not much left of it. Though there is still that full eastern side. It's quite clear that if you're on the eastern side of the eye, that you will get the worst conditions. The western side still producing lots of rainfall though as well. Fascinating to watch. Rainfall estimates now I think are around 6 inches for parts of eastern Nova Scotia, which is 150 millimeters roughly, and then of course we're expecting winds of about 105 miles per hour. That's 170 kilometers per hour by the time it makes landfall. Exactly when will it make landfall? Good question, if anyone asks that. But we expect that landfall will probably occur in about 8 hours or a little bit less. The way it's going right now, I mean, it is really moving fast right now. So maybe it'll pull those miles in before... I mean, right now we just got another position update here. It was 414 kilometers. Now it is 403. No, not 430, 403. So in 1 hour and 15 minutes, this storm has moved probably around 150 kilometers. That's an incredible pace.
I've never seen something move that fast.
I think I might have, but we'll see. It is top 1% of movement speeds that we've witnessed, that's for sure. More comments here, and we're really guided by the comments. We're trying to keep our coverage as balanced on both systems as possible. Of course, there are actually 6 systems active. We can't really cover all of them, but we should point out that there are Signal 1 warnings in effect for parts of Luzon in the Philippines for Tropical Storm Noru, local name Carding, and there are tropical storm warnings for Tropical Storm Gaston in the Azores, and of course the warnings from Fiona and 9L. For Tropical Depression 9, Jamaica has a tropical storm watch out in effect and a hurricane watch already for the Cayman Islands, and for Fiona large areas of hurricane warnings for eastern Nova Scotia, western Newfoundland, and I think further north as well, if I'm not mistaken. let's go back and look at those National Hurricane Center cones. Oh no, it is just Nova Scotia and Newfoundland and some of those external islands. But tropical storm watches for large parts of the main land there. And tropical storm watches even extending up the eastern side of Labrador to an extent as the storm moves through. It will turn post-tropical before it makes landfall. And the if we're going to read through the National Hurricane Center's cone there, they expect that landfall would occur, trying to decipher when that would be, around 5 a.m. local time. Really? That seems like a long time. No, that's not right. No, it is. Hold on. Even later than that, actually. So, for the speed it's moving right now, they're expecting a massive slowdown. I'm not sure if that's going to happen. They have it moving north-northeast at 40 miles per hour at their last update. And as of the last... okay, it is only 1 hour's worth, but in the last 1 hour it has moved at 70 miles per hour, which is almost double that. So if it keeps moving at that pace, then it will continue to... well, the estimated time of arrival will be scaled back dramatically. According to Tropical Storm Altony Bron, we said that there were 10 systems. Did 4 die off? ? There would 10 systems in areas of interest, yes, but there are 6 tropical cyclones active right now, is what I mean. There's a few other invests out there as well, I think, still at this point. Do we think that Tropical Depression 9 has a chance of hitting Tampa Bay? Absolutely. That has to be accepted there. There's a significant chance of a Tampa Bay hurricane impact in 5 days' time when you look back at that National Hurricane Center cone. Chances of Tropical Depression 9 hitting Alabama or Mississippi? It could not be fully ruled out, but the chances are low.
However, there could still be dangerous conditions from Tropical Depression 9 in those states.
There could be. Soon, and I'm hoping it'll be quite soon, I'll have the updated model run for the GFS when it filters through to me in hopefully a few minutes. And then we'll be able to take a look at everything around the world, not just the Atlantic. There's a whole lot of things to track, but our main focus tonight, of course, is the eventual landfall of Hurricane Fiona as it creeps closer to land. Well, it's not creeping, is it? It's moving very quickly.
It's more running.
It's more like speeds. Speed closer to land at this rate.
Start your message with Force 13 all in text for comments and questions.
Are we going to live stream Fiona's landfall?
I hope so.
Well, hopefully, yeah.
I don't know if I'll still be here by that point. It might be very late.
Might have our B team up and running.
That's it. A reminder of the warnings that are in effect for all current storms then. Hurricane warning for Fiona for Nova Scotia from Hubbards to Brule, Prince Edward Island, Isle de la Madeleine, and Newfoundland from Parsons Pond to Francois. A tropical storm warning for St Andrews, New Brunswick to west of Hubbards, Nova Scotia, west of Brule to Cap Madeline, Anticosti Island, Sheldrake, Quebec to north of Parsons Pond, Newfoundland, Boat Harbour to Hare Bay, and Francois to St Lawrence. And a tropical storm watch for north of Boat Harbour, Newfoundland to West Bay, Labrador. For Tropical Depression 9, we have a hurricane watch in effect for... there it is. Hurricane watch in effect for the Cayman Islands and a tropical storm watch in effect for Jamaica. For Tropical Storm Gaston, there are tropical storm warnings for most of the Azores. I'm not sure if it's still for all of them anymore. I think it is. But to remove any doubt, I'll read out all of the islands. Flores and Corvo in the western Azores, Fayal, Pico, São Jorge, Graciosa, and Terceira in the central Azores there. Tropical storm warning for all of those locations. And in the Philippines, we have not tropical storm warnings, we have Signal 1 warnings in effect. There's Tropical Storm Noru. It can completely cloud our brains, all of this stuff, so tripping over words and all of that. But for large parts of northern Luzon, there are Signal 1 warnings. Isabela, Nueva Vizcaya, Quirino, the southern portion of mainland Cagayan, the northern and eastern portions of Nueva Ecija, Kalinga, Mountain Province, Ifugao, Aurora, and I think that's it actually. So that's Signal 1 warnings, which is the first initial tier of the Philippine warning system.
I would just like to answer 2 questions that I've seen. So someone in Cape Breton asking if they should go to shelter or stay in their house. That is purely based on you should be following your local authority's advice. So if your local authority is telling you to stay at shelter in your house, we can't make that decision for you. You need to look at forecast, look at what your local authorities are saying, and make a decision from there. And another question...
Cape where?
Cape Breton.
Breton?
Breton.
Oh, Breton.
And another question, wouldn't Fiona moving quickly equal a quicker potential for Tropical Depression 9 to get stronger quickly, due to the only counter still for Tropical Depression 9 being the outflow for Fiona?
Honestly, it's not even that anymore. Fiona's out of Tropical Depression 9's hair now.
Yeah, it is quite a long way away from Tropical Depression 9.
As for Cape Breton, you're in danger. You could potentially receive the strongest winds from this storm, 105 miles per hour sustained. It may well be the strongest storm that you've experienced. So make sure you take all precautions extremely seriously. Interior rooms, like you would in a tornado warning, and you may have to stay there for some hours as the storm blows through. Don't go outside. And at this point, there's probably no... unless it's extremely local, there's no real point in evacuating at this point because the storm is extremely close. Let's see what else we have right now. When do we think Tropical Depression 9 will get the name? Question on everyone's lips right now. It's going to depend.
Very soon.
According to the NHC cone, very soon.
It's going to depend on recon in the meantime.
Although to tide you over since then, my update that I'm working on is slowly getting there. It's rendering at the minute.
Ah, so that means you have a few minutes to chat to us.
Yep.
Southwest News. This is the question. I'm guessing they mean Southwest Newfoundland and not Southwest Newsland. But if you're in Southwest Newfoundland, yeah. So that is where the hurricane warning is issued by Environment Canada. But if you are in Southwest Newfoundland or the eastern part of Nova Scotia, including Prince Edward Island, you should begin preparing for hurricane force winds of up to 105, 110 miles per hour. Heavy rainfall will also affect that area. So if you are in those areas under a hurricane warning, then you should have already began preparing, because the system is basically is not very far from Atlantic Canada.
And to make things worse, it's all going to happen at night as well. This whole storm will blow through the worst areas before morning. I expect that the National Hurricane Center will declare this storm a little bit weaker at their update at the end of the hour. It's just the natural progression of things, I think, as you look at it here. It certainly isn't as strong as what it was earlier. It will be aided in its wind speed by its fast motion, though. When you think about those wind speeds in the eastern side, which are blowing obviously cyclonically or counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere, so it's moving from the southeast northwest, so the winds that are blowing north in the eastern wall, they'll be moving at whatever wind speeds they are, plus the 70 miles per hour that it's already moving in terms of forward motion. So that adds on to those wind speeds. And I guess that's what makes this quite notable as well, just how fast this one is moving in the very top. What's the thing called? Percentile of movement speeds, definitely.
I'd just like to say that someone has joined, hopefully to help us.
Oh, we're joined by Ethan. Welcome aboard.
Hello, I won't be talking much because I am working on some things behind the scenes, mainly the 0Z fix. Pulling over lots of data right now.
What do you think they're going to come out with? Anything interesting?
I know that we've got Recon supposedly a 9L right now.
Yes.
No data is updating though, which is unfortunate. But if I personally, I fully expect that we will have Tropical Storm Ian very soon.
Oh boy.
Oh no, here we go.
You just named it.
Well, I mean, look at satellite imagery. The center has gone under that massive convective burst.
Satellite imagery looks good. I'd be surprised if it's not a TS. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, shear is starting to relax in the storm, and things are overall going well for it. I don't see why this...
You're telling me my video update will be outdated within minutes?
Oh, damn.
Potentially.
Oh, brutal.
I don't
Oh
mean that
no.
rudely.
That's sad. I'm sorry, Christian. I put you up to that as well.
Yeah, it's all your fault. I don't care, mate. You're fine.
Calm down.
But if by some miracle it doesn't, then you've got the green light on that update. And it's possible, Ethan. There's no direct observations that say it's a tropical storm. They might just wait for recon.
I mean,
One thing that I am a little bit shocked of, though, I've been pouring over all the data as usual. Noru has a microwave eye.
Oh, jeez. It's not another one.
Great, not again.
Oh no.
So, another storm that's starting to play up.
Yeah, already. Which is really unfortunate.
Let's get some more questions here. Are we aware of the causeway that connects Cape Breton to the rest of Nova Scotia? It's supposed to get those 10-meter waves and bad surge. Let me just examine this.
I'm assuming that is the bridge that links... Oh no, that's a different bridge.
Is that the Canso Causeway? Is that the one they're talking about? We're not familiar with the geography, pardon us.
Well, originally I thought they were talking about the bridge that connects Prince Edward Island, but...
No, that's
the
an even longer causeway.
Does seem to be the closest one.
Yeah, I imagine you'll have a bit of trouble on that bridge. I don't know it's quite a small channel that goes through there. I'm not sure how the wave heights will do, but yeah, there could be significant structural damage to that causeway. I guess only time will tell. Strong storms have been through this area before, but this is something else, and it is, I guess what's crucial about Fiona, Ethan, is that it's much more perpendicular to land than previous strong storms would have been. A little bit like the Sandy effect.
I guess. I mean, I'm not really familiar with post-tropical cyclones plowing into Canada like this.
Well, they're all recurving, aren't they? Usually.
I guess.
You get a few that aren't, but they're much weaker than this storm.
What's very interesting to note is that this still probably is a major hurricane, still.
And that's the main takeaway from it. This is still technically a major hurricane. This is not something to be messed around with.
Crazy. There was also another comment about what watches and warnings are in effect on Antigonish, which is not far from that causeway, actually. That's on the northern side of Nova Scotia. I imagine that they will get probably hurricane force winds. Let me just check whether they've got a warning out or not there. Yeah, they're hurricane warned. That whole area was hurricane warned.
Rightfully so.
Now, this isn't confirmed. This is from Halifax Police. They have said that, this is from their Twitter, it's possible that they will be closing the Canso Causeway if conditions do become dangerous enough.
Oh, you think? They're going to get hurricane force winds.
Yeah,
That's what
they
they've
probably will close the causeway because
this is their most recent one is actually from half past. So like around 3 minutes ago, they are saying to avoid any unnecessary travel, stay away from shorelines and beaches. Roads and paths that are liable to flooding should be avoided, and if there is a closed road signal or if power does go out, stops should be treated like a stops that have traffic lights should be treated like a four-way stop, and to not drive around closed road barriers.
Looking at Fiona on the satellite imagery, and the gap in the western side becomes even more apparent. And I guess, Ethan, the main question about Fiona is, at what point will it become an extratropical storm?
No clue.
Well, that's helpful.
Like, I'm just pouring over a lot of data right now. I'm working on the zero-Z fix at the moment.
Well, I certainly think that Fiona is almost there. I think they'll still call it tropical at 8 p.m. and I reckon they'll call it post-tropical at the 11 p.m. advisory. That's just my little prediction here. It is now 368 kilometers from the closest point of Nova Scotia. Now it's time to look at the models. This is what we have right now, the GFS 18Z run. Initializing Fiona with 134 mile per hour winds. 136 mile per hour winds. Wow. Even stronger than we believe it actually is. Moving in towards landfall. Landfall's pretty much there in that frame, and they expect that landfall to be at about midnight, half past midnight, which would be well ahead of schedule if that's true, with winds of about 103, 104 miles an hour according to the GFS model. Interesting.
What time is that in UTC again?
About 4:30 UTC AM.
Alright.
But then again, it's hard to tell exactly when it makes landfall there. It could be a little later. And then slows down, sort of does a little brief stall in the Gulf of St. Lawrence there, and then gradually moving northwards. Still a strong storm by that point, moving through Labrador and off towards the northeast. That's what happens to Fiona. It's very fidgety tonight. What's going on with it? To the east, we have Gaston, which is moving through the Azores, and it still holds on to itself for quite a while as it moves off westwards, gets lost a little bit and decides to die off. Remnants traceable for a good while, and then they're gone.
Goodbye, Gaston the cat.
And then we have Hermine, which is over here. Reminder once again that Hermine has been named in the Eastern Atlantic and was not given to Tropical Depression 9L. That's still yet to receive a name. So here's Hermine being rushed up the north, towards the north there. Very unusual track. Tries to get to the Canary Islands. Doesn't quite make it. Really unusual track. The only one you could really compare it to there is, I think it was Ginger in 1967, which is officially tropical, although after I looked at the satellite imagery, it looks pretty appalling and probably was never a tropical storm. But there we go. And let's look at 9L. You can see the circulation here. What happens to it? Off it goes. Gradually becomes tropical storm, but you'll note on the GFS it takes a while to get those tropical storm force winds. 24 hours, in fact. And then it starts to kick... Well done, Christian. And then it starts to kick off as it clears Jamaica and strengthens as it moves northwestward, becoming a substantial hurricane, major hurricane before reaching the western coast of Cuba. There's the potential landfall in western Cuba with winds of 125 miles per hour, strong category 3 on the GFS. But check this out, what happens later on. Gets stronger a little bit again, but look at that, stalling a bit but stays true to its northward path and makes landfall as a weakened hurricane along the, I forget the name of that area now. Is that Apalachicola? But it's near the Big Bend on the Florida Panhandle and off towards the northeast. There it is again. Maybe a Category 2 landfall at most.
Holy cow.
It's good that it weakens.
We've got a model that's come through, Nathan. Ships has a 45% chance of a rapid intensification of 25 knots in 24 hours for Noru.
Oh, jeez.
45% chance. And we are going with a fix of 60 miles per hour at the 0Z fix.
Wow.
That would bring it up to a mid-range Category 2. That's a bit nervous.
And just to mention here again, possible tropical storm there in the central Atlantic. That's on the 29th, 5 days away from a current area of interest. Might get a brief mention by a tropical storm name. Eastern Pacific, Tropical Storm Newton is out there right now, not doing anything, which is why we've never mentioned it so far. Elsewhere, during the rest of that 16-day period, nothing happens really. Western Pacific, here is Noru approaching the Philippines, and look how it dives there before making landfall in central Luzon in Aurora province, and moving through those mountain areas and emerging out in the South China Sea and really blowing up as it approaches Vietnam as a typhoon landfall. Out of its energy, in a sense, another storm forms and becomes a typhoon for Hong Kong or Macau. Much later on in that period though, so not very much certainty on that. And to the east, a sprawling mess here becomes a tropical cyclone eventually and a typhoon, moving off towards the northeast without affecting Japan. Indian Ocean, look at that, a potential tropical storm down there. We'll see. South Pacific, any surprises? No. And just check the South Atlantic, mainly for giggles. Well, no, that's nothing. And the European region, there is nothing active in the Mediterranean or expected. So that's a real rundown of the models, but once again Fiona there initialized it as a category 4. It's not quite that strength anymore, still a high-end category 3, calling for landfall, trying to get an idea of when exactly. Sometime between midnight and 4 a.m. local time is what I can decipher from that, I reckon. I think that's a fair estimate, considering its recent movement, Ethan. At one or two occasions, has been moving at around 70 miles per hour in the last 2 hours.
Very quickly off towards the north-northeast.
When you consider the National Hurricane Center is saying 40, it's a big gap.
Well, typically we do see this kind of fast movement for systems like this. Systems that are going into the post-tropics.
Sure, but what I'm saying is moving faster than expected, which might catch people by surprise. The update is out, is it? No, it isn't. Pardon me. Bit ahead of myself there. No updates are out yet from the National Hurricane Center. They'll be producing updates on 3 systems at the top of the hour. They will have updates on Tropical Storm Gaston, Hurricane Fiona, of course, and Tropical Depression 9. Chances that they'll name it in 15 minutes, Ethan? What do you reckon?
All depends on what Recon finds. They know, we don't.
One of those
I
situations.
take it, are Recon publishing their findings?
No, it's not coming out on Levi Cowan's website, but the NHC is getting the data in, so that's why I'm kind of stuck waiting on them for this 0Z fix.
And you might be waiting all the way until the hour.
Yeah, it's not gonna be a fun situation. And I've also got to produce a tropical weather outlook for the same time, so...
I've got to produce a video update.
We're all busy.
What I can say that we are... What I can say that we are doing is we are running with 60% chance on... I think it's 96W, I think, in the Westpac.
Ah.
I believe that's what it is. But that has a chance to become a significant tropical cyclone as it heads out to sea.
Yep, that's the one that we just briefly touched on earlier on those models.
Yeah, and then also a 50% chance for 99L. I think that the NHC are really downplaying its formation chances. I think it should be higher.
Let's take some questions, and you can send your questions in live by starting a message with Force13 all in text on our YouTube chat. I'll also check in with our Facebook comments every now and again. I don't think we've had many on there so far, but we are running live on there too. So we're running on 2 outlets right now. How big is Fiona now? Question mark. That's difficult to fully establish anymore when we look at the wide shot. What do you reckon, Ethan?
I was just going to say the wind field data that the NHC has. That's really what we talk about whenever we talk about the width of a tropical cyclone. Hurricane force winds extend outwards up to 115 miles from the center, and tropical storm force winds go out 345 nautical miles. That's a really big system.
But if you properly zoom out, unfortunately I can't at this time, but I'm just looking at another source. This is extraordinary. Fiona's influence extends from pretty much the Turks and Caicos Islands all the way to beyond Iceland on the east coast of Greenland. About 6,000 kilometers, or over 4,000 miles.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's its influence, all its energy spewed out across the... It actually reminds me a little bit of a... What's happened here reminds me sort of like a galaxy collision.
Updates out on Tropical Depression 9. They are remaining with winds of 35 miles per hour and a pressure of 1,006 millibars. No changes to watches and warnings.
You can relax now, Christian.
Perfect. All right. Let me get right on that then.
So they haven't named Tropical Depression 9 at this point. It is still a depression, still unnamed. I think that will breed a lot of frustration for some viewers who were expecting it to be named Hermine, but that name has gone to the Eastern Atlantic now. And the next name on the list is Ian.
It's given me like a sigh of relief as well, because it means I publish the video that I've already exported instead of having to change it and then export it again.
Yeah, it would have been extremely frustrating.
Yes.
We really want to put out our best updates for everyone. What is causing Hermine to be a short-lived tropical storm?
Wind shear and dry air in the area.
It's right next to Sahara Desert, of course, so...
There's just something I want to note real quick about the Intermediate Advisory on Tropical Depression 9 here.
Yeah?
They don't mention anything about the recon plane at all.
Huh. You reckon it might have returned to base?
Interesting.
Maybe. I hope it didn't, because we really need this data.
But, do you know when it took off?
I think so. Let me have a look here. Yeah, it said that at 21:47 Zulu, that's when it
2 hours ago. So
it climbed to 700 feet and then it went down in altitude, and it hasn't responded since then.
When you consider the flying time it would take to get to the storm, they'd probably just be getting the first readings now, I think, after 2 hours.
Would they not have held off on their immediate advisory in that case?
Yeah,
it's early, yeah. Actually, good point.
Oh.
Mystery there about the recon inside Tropical Depression 9.
Just hopefully it hasn't pulled a Microsoft Flight Simulator and crap.
No, don't say things like that. We're looking at Hurricane Fiona, halfway through its extratropical transition right now. Amazing to see how this process has occurred. Quite mesmerizing.
Yeah.
National Hurricane Center will be giving us an update shortly. I reckon they'll still call it a hurricane. I reckon they'll call it a post-tropical storm at the next advisory, full advisory at 11 PM. But we'll wait for their update. The update on Gaston is out. 60 miles per hour and a pressure of 995. No changes there. Bringing gusty winds and heavy rainfall to the Azores. No real change there. Just checking. A weather station at Horta on Fayal Island recently measured a wind gust of 41 miles per hour. So that's some information about Gaston. It's remarkable. All the storms that are currently active, we have Canada on alert, we have the Azores, which is part of Portugal, on alert. We have the Canary Islands in Spain on alert for possible rain from Hermine. We of course have Jamaica and the Cayman Islands under a tropical storm and hurricane watch respectively. We have the Philippines under signal 1 warnings right now. And we have Japan underneath rainfall from Tropical Storm Talas, which has died off and is now a remnant low over the Japanese islands. So it's all going on all around the world right now in the tropics. But the short straw at the moment goes to Canada, Atlantic Canada, which is about to receive Hurricane Fiona tonight. We expect landfall will be in the early hours. By my calculations, probably now between 12 AM and 4 AM. Let's go back to our latest distance from land, distance to landfall. Last we had it was 366 kilometers, and it is now 354. So closing in on land by 10 kilometers a time, it seems, every time we take a look again. But Fiona's structure gradually becoming more and more loose, and the whole thing still looks very impressive, but you can clearly tell that there's been some big changes in the storm as it gradually turns post-tropical. But the eye is still very much there. Not so much when you look at that infrared there, but you can see on the bottom left there the water vapor imagery is a bit more clear on that. We're just waiting for the latest advisory on Fiona. Wonder why they're waiting. Well, maybe they're not. Maybe they're just trying to get the update out. We'll let you know as soon as it comes in. So the news, if you missed it, Tropical Depression 9 still hasn't been named. They gave the name Hermine to another tropical cyclone off the coast of Africa in your bottom left panel right now. And the next name on the Atlantic naming list is Ian, and that will be given to Tropical Depression 9 if it reaches tropical storm strength. But it hasn't for the time being.
And that's even if 99 now doesn't rapidly form up.
It won't. It won't. Ben is asking us for impacts for Sheet Harbour. Now, forgive me for having to look this one up. We don't deal with Canada very often, after all. Sheet Harbour is along the coast of Nova Scotia, east of Halifax in Halifax County. So in that location, you will probably get hurricane force gusts and, at worst case, some sustained hurricane force winds for a short period. And rainfall estimates probably over 100 millimeters at your location. I imagine it's raining quite a bit already there at this point, although looking at satellite imagery may be starting to taper off a little bit before you get the second wave and the main core of Fiona itself. So be on guard for that, and you'll get the worst conditions probably at about 10, 11, 12 at night tonight. And feel free to send in questions live to us, as many people already are. Cyclone Tracking Oz, thank you for your support once again this evening. How rare is a Category 2 or 3 landfall, tropical or not, in Canada? Are we talking one in a decade? After the break, I will show you a graphic that we made earlier showing some of the strongest landfalls in Canada, and we'll be able to talk through that for a while. Weathercat says, is there a chance of a hurricane in the Florida Panhandle soon? Your candidate might well be Tropical Depression 9. The latest GFS model is going for the Panhandle, but the National Hurricane Center's cone here suggests still that it's probably going to be closer to Tampa. And there's the updated cone, by the way. You probably noticed hardly anything changed there. They don't update the track forecast at the intermediate advisories, they just have the position update and any changes to warnings, of which there have been none. Will 9L be possibly shifted towards Louisiana by the trough, and has there been a Hurricane Proxima? What is that?
Oh.
It's the first I've heard that term. Do we think that Fiona is going to break the record for low barometric pressure in Canada? It's going to be close. It's going to be really close. But regarding whether it will go toward, whether 9L might go towards Louisiana, I highly doubt it will get that far west. Is it possible for Fiona to be a Category 3 extratropical? Now that would be a sight to see. I'm trying to think if that's ever happened. But definitely possible. Dolphin Republic says, I'm in Orlando on vacation until the end of the week, so what do you think I'm going to experience from 9L? In Orlando, we were looking at potential for a lot of rainfall. That could be a massive issue in the Orlando area, certainly from previous advisories, previous GFS model runs that we saw. Although, with it flip-flopping again, then we might not see that much rain. But I suppose the best advice at this point is wherever the storm center tracks, you could get 20 inches of rain.
Just
want to. Oh. Sorry.
Just like to thank Ali Egg for their $4.99. Could 09L flop.
I would say it's extremely unlikely at this point.
Yeah. Speaking of 9,
have conditions that are just incredible ahead of it. Sorry.
yeah. Yeah, speaking of 9L, I do want to point video update there to the channel.
So Christian's released a hot new video update on Tropical Depression 9 with more information on that. We're mainly covering Fiona here, or trying to, during the course of our stream up until it makes landfall in Canada. Yikes. Well, at this point, we still don't have the advisory from the National Hurricane Center yet for Fiona. It will be out any time, so we're going to try and see if it comes out before we go to the break in a couple of minutes. Trying to tease it out, but doesn't look like they're budging at the moment. It'll be very interesting to see what wind speeds they're going with at the 8 PM advisory. Let's see what other questions we have. Interesting questions coming in. Would 9L produce tornado by now? Curious question.
Water spouts, probably, but unlikely.
Well, yeah, it's over water. Possible. Will Fiona be stronger than Dorian when it made landfall as a Category 2?
No.
No.
Yes.
What?
They're talking about the Nova Scotia post-tropical landfall. Fiona's going to be stronger than Dorian whenever it strikes.
I can't remember how strong Dorian was.
100 miles per hour.
Was it really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I think it'll be stronger. Not much, but it'll be stronger at least. Pressure's going to be lower.
Will Tropical Depression 9 make gas prices go up in impacted areas?
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, that goes without
yes,
saying.
it will.
How is a system like this still at 125 miles an hour even though it looks terrible on satellite imagery? Like I said earlier with Fiona, 70 miles per hour of that is motion northwards right now. If it's moving at 70 miles per hour north, NHC don't say that yet, but it has in the last hour, then that only leaves another 55 miles an hour to account for the actual winds. I don't know.
Recon are in the center of Fiona right now.
Oh, they are?
And they've got high 920s as the extra pressure. That's a lot lower than I thought it was going to be.
We'll be back in a moment to cover the latest on Fiona and Tropical Depression 9. Stay tuned. Our live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Hurricane Fiona still a high-end Category 3 from the latest National Hurricane Center advisory. 125 miles per hour sustained, and a central pressure now estimated at 935. 205 kilometers per hour is the sustained wind speed. And its current distance from land now, from Nova Scotia, the closest point on land, 342 kilometers. No changes to warnings with this latest advisory, so really not very much has changed anywhere in the tropics with the 8 p.m. advisories. Tropical Depression 9 remains so, it hasn't been named. Tropical Storm Hermine formed earlier in the eastern Atlantic, and Tropical Storm Gaston is a fairly strong tropical storm over the Azores. A huge amount to talk about once again on our coverage tonight as we count down the hours to Fiona's eventual landfall. When I look at this imagery, it looks to me as though extratropical transition won't take much longer, and it will probably be completed by the next full advisory at 11 p.m. In the studio, my name is Nathan Foy, here once again with more coverage on this storm. I was a bit blurred out then for a moment, and I'm joined by my team in this hour of discussion. We have Ethan and Gizmo. Christian has called it a night after we uploaded a new video on Tropical Depression 9, so if you want some more information on that one, check out our YouTube channel. And right now, Ethan has presented to us the full picture across the whole wide world of tropics tonight.
Yeah, I just wanted to go over our latest fixed storm by storm here. So this has just came out from our cyclone analyst team. Of course, I have done the fix, of course. We've gone with the NHC's estimate 125 miles per hour, 935 millibars on Fiona. Still a very significant major hurricane turning post-tropical, going to impact Canada today. Going to be a very historic landfall over there. In Gaston, we had at winds of 70 miles per hour based on an ASCAP pass earlier today. That is actually down to 65 miles per hour now. And 9L still waiting on that recon data, or, well, questions still to be answered on where it's gone. Newton, as I said in the previous hour, down to 45 miles per hour, 1,003 millibars. Looking at Talas, that has actually degenerated into a remnant low off of the Japan coastline. If you have a look at satellite imagery, you won't even be able to find a center at all anymore.
Oh yeah.
So that's gone off the map. Based on a microwave pass that came in a few hours ago on Noru. Noru has a microwave indicated eye, and as such, I've balanced that out with all of the satellite estimates and gone with winds of 60 miles per hour, 940 millibars. Could be the start of a rapid identification phase for Noru, a very serious threat to the Philippines.
Gotta be kidding me.
Right now, yeah, me. Very heavy rainfall is likely there. 99L, we are giving a 50% chance of development right now. Hermine is slightly up to 45 miles per hour based on an improved satellite imagery ever since the previous fix. And 96W is up to 60% chance of formation. Pretty much all models agree that that's going to form. No other areas of interest in the next 5 days besides these two invests, though that could change in the coming days, though.
So 9 systems out there right now.
Yeah. Very, very busy.
Yep, extraordinary. And yet, when you look at it just objectively, 4 storms in a Category 3 usually isn't a massive deal It's just where they are.
All
Especially
this-
the Category 3. Usually they're out at sea.
Yeah. If you asked me, whenever I was making this tropical weather outlook template back in December or January, if you asked me that in mid to late September we'd have all 6 of those top spots filled up with active tropical depression or stronger systems, I wouldn't believe you at once. I wouldn't believe you, because I can't remember the last time that I've seen 6 tropical cyclones active across the globe at the same time. Sure, it happens, sort of gets close to that numbers, but I don't remember the last time that we had 6 active globally. It's been a long time.
Yeah, I don't think it has. It's a little bit on the late side, but I don't think it's that crazy. Usually we get these massive numbers of usually weaker storms at the same time in August and in early September. Of course, I always want to remind people that it was only in 2018 that we had 7 tropical cyclones active at the same time in the second week of September, I think it was, or the first. And I think all of those were headed towards US territories. Guam, Puerto Rico, must have been 2 in the United States itself, Hawaii. I can't remember the others. But that was a crazy time.
Do you have any clue how many were active at once during that massive outbreak in July 2017 by chance?
Oh, now you're testing me. I'm not sure. I can go back and look through my World Cyclone report, but that's not really the main focus of tonight's stream. I need to put my energies elsewhere. Let's take a look at the latest on Fiona. And if you heard that little ding, that means that the bottom bar is ready to update to account for the latest information from our team. And hopefully this will do it. There it is, it's updated now. Hurricane Fiona with 125-mile-an-hour winds and a pressure of 935 millibars. Extremely powerful hurricane moving into Atlantic Canada shortly. We'll look at that cone in a moment, but this cone is Fiona moving towards Nova Scotia. That was from 5 p.m. Let's check that position update for 8 p.m. and just see how much it's moved. Ready? Here it is. Wow, it's moved quite a way in that time. And Ethan, looking at that, it is moving faster than expected because it's almost caught up to its 12-hour point in just 3 hours.
Yeah, faster movement means stronger landfall.
Yeah, that's also true. Moving north at 46 miles per hour now, so that's gone up quite a lot. They obviously average it out over 6 hours, but I'm telling you, an hour or two ago, in 1 hour period, it moved 70 miles, 70, which is almost just a few miles an hour off the fastest on record. There's loads of questions coming in, so we'll take those readily. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. There's the cone for Tropical Depression 9 if you haven't seen it yet. Still hasn't been named, but they're expecting to soon, we think. It relies on recon, probably, to make that judgment. Hi the Man says in 2020 to 21 we had 2 storms, Ida and Laura, that made landfall in Louisiana. Do you think that TD9 could be like those 2 systems? I can see where you're coming from. The early period of it feels a bit like that. But as Ethan concisely said, no. It's going to recurve much more sooner than either of those 2 storms.
Well, let me just have a look at my screen and you'll see, where is it? The model guidance. That's not going to Louisiana at all.
No, there are still a few outlier ensembles, though.
There is.
And I would say there is more uncertainty towards that 5-day period. But yes, it's not going to... I really highly doubt that a landfall would occur any further west than Florida.
But But there is one thing that I just want to look at real quick, and that's the difference between the 6Z tracks, the 12Z tracks, and the 18Z tracks. So you can see, here's 6Z tracks.
Which looked a bit like a banana.
I mean, I guess you can call it that. Really with a confidence, or really with a track east of the Isle of Youth into Cuba, and a very quick track up towards the Fort Myers area. Then the 12Z guidance suggested that it would be shifting a little bit west, perhaps a little bit. And then the 18Z, that's when that westward shift really started to come in. You can see it there. Really starting to home in on that western Cuba track. And this is really concerning because...
Well, I wasn't looking at Cuba there. I was looking at northwestern Florida. If you go back to check the difference there, that's a massive jump.
Yeah. Yeah, but this kind of westward trend is very alarming because, one, that gave the storm more time to rapidly intensify over the Caribbean Sea. 2, it's going to spend less time over Cuba. 3, it's passing over a less mountainous area of Cuba. 4, more time over the Gulf of Mexico. And 5, that means that the more time over the Gulf of Mexico and the farther north that it goes, the more likely it will be to stall over there.
Huh.
So basically a further west storm is very bad news.
It certainly is. Current distance from land, 342 kilometers for Hurricane Fiona. If you've just joined us, that's the latest right now. And the whole of Nova Scotia is braced for impact.
Would you like me to pull up our latest forecast cone that I released on TD9?
All right, let's go there.
I'm just finding it. There it is.
Oh.
So there's our latest forecast cone. Very wide cone. This was as of 3 p.m. Eastern, so it is 5 hours out of date. I'm not sure when I'll be making another one.
But honestly, I would say that's more accurate. National Hurricane Center, even though they said in their discussion that it's going to rapidly intensify in the Caribbean, and yet it only had a Category 1 landfall for Cuba, which I was quite baffled about. I would personally put it as a high-end Category 2 at landfall in Cuba.
I probably would now, probably, maybe even a little bit stronger than that, because there's no way this thing is going to move over the lowest wind shear environment, the highest ocean heat content, the highest sea surface temperature value in the northwestern Caribbean Sea, and only intensify 15 miles per hour in 12 hours. That's not going to happen at all. It's going to be it's going to be way stronger than that. That's just... I mean, I get it that they're trying to be really conservative for the forecast, for this forecast cone, because, you know, you gotta go conservative for rapid intensification. But 15 miles per hour for this kind of system is the trying to think of my words here. The rapid intensification that you could see a 50 miles per hour in that kind of environment is pretty low. And if they want to forecast this pretty accurately, they should go stronger than that.
Do you think we'll see a real sea change at the 11 p.m. advisory?
Yes.
To the intensity?
100%.
I don't think so. I really don't think so, because the NHC are going to be really conservative with this, and I can respect them for that. But conditions are looking pretty good for this storm as it goes further west. And it is still trending further west, believe it or not.
Yikes. Here's a wide shot of the Atlantic once again. You can see Fiona gradually on its way to turning post-tropical. Really fascinating to look at there, and its influence extending, its bands like tentacles stretching all across down to Lake Okeechobee in Florida. Those little rainstorms that you're getting down there right now are from the end of Hurricane Fiona. And same too, possibly for a little bit of weather in eastern Cuba and over the Turks and Caicos Islands, and down towards Tropical Depression 9, which is down the bottom there in the Caribbean. Loads of questions came in earlier, we'll do our best. Weathercat says, is there a chance of Hermine Category 5? Absolutely not.
Not at all. Not at all.
There is approximately a 0% chance of that becoming a Category 5. Too bad.
I mean, there's never a 0% chance of anything.
Yes, scientifically.
I would actually say that a more likely scenario of a Category 5 is going to be with Tropical Depression 9, although that's extremely unlikely.
Do we think 9L could make landfall in Tampa, Sarasota, Fort Myers area? That's the most favored so far.
Let me pull up WSV3 here, and we can go in depth here at possible landfall
You need
locations.
to update that software at some point, Ethan.
I would
Thank
say
you,
that the
Nathan.
latest NHC one has it at Tampa.
I don't know.
Which would be very significant.
There's the forecast cone, bringing the hurricane right into the Sarasota area, which this kind of track really anywhere, as long as the storm goes south of this circled area, then it's still gonna be a bad storm, yes, but the storm surge will be lessened, because if you have this storm go in like the NHC is having it go in here, you're gonna have this Bay Area be flooded in the Fort Myers area. That's a heavily populated area. If it goes in further north up here, north of Tampa, you have Tampa Bay and this one being flooded. So that is even worse. So really, honestly, a track down here, while yes, it'll still be a very catastrophic storm, well, not really a very catastrophic storm, but it'll still cause significant damage. It'll be less of a storm surge event. But regarding the latest NHC cone, bringing it in closer to Sarasota, although the latest model trends here, I'll pull up the model guidance, you can see really a track very close to the Isle of Youth, and then swinging it up, maybe just north of Tampa Bay, is the latest consensus. Looks like, which is not good news at all.
That was a pretty bad track that you drew.
Thank you.
No, as in it would be a terrible scenario if that track happened. Right, more questions. Raphael says, if this thing is still a high-end Category 3 major hurricane and it turns extratropical, will this be an extratropical cyclone with major hurricane sustained winds? You got it in one. It will be, absolutely. And it does happen. I'm not sure if it's ever happened from an ex-hurricane, but it can happen with extratropical cyclones.
I'm sure that there's got to be at least one in the West Pacific that's done it. At least, I mean, come on. West Pacific.
Maybe the old ones, but the the data, they have it down as tropical even when it probably wasn't. Heatwave says, do you think there'll be any system in the Mediterranean this year?
Maybe.
We never know, really, do we? Ethan, you're showing us the satellite imagery from your perspective now. What do you make of Fiona's appearance?
It's massive, for one. Absolutely huge tropical cyclone. Yeah, I mean, looking more and more at this loop, yeah, it is moving very quickly, but it does resemble a post-tropical cyclone. And I guess we can go ahead and get radar up on Canada.
Please, because I don't have that and you do.
There it is.
Wow.
I don't think that's the center. No, this is not the center just yet, but it's very close, I think. I think it's close. I'm just trying to find out where this thing is in relation to latitude of...
Well, it's right near Sable Island there, for perspective.
Yeah, which that island I think is this one, right?
Yep, it's the only one there. So that is the center, I think, coming in.
I think it's down here.
No, a little bit down and right. I reckon it's right on the... yeah, I reckon they sent... Well, sort of.
It's hard to find, but I think give it a few hours and we'll be able to see this pretty clearly on this radar. But look at all this heavy rainfall pushing into the area now.
Could you zoom in a little bit more on the urban centres in Nova Scotia, just so we can get a proper look? So there's Halifax.
I hope that this product has it. I hope. I don't think it does. It doesn't, unfortunately. That's fantastic. I was hoping that it was going to have the storm total accumulation rainfall that the U.S. radars have for radar scope, but it doesn't. Heavy rainfall still moving in here.
In Sydney area?
The area, yeah. And we can go further north, I believe. Go up here to Newfoundland.
Probably won't see much from there.
So, that's still some, at least. Not a whole lot, but it's still some. Let's go back down here into... I don't know where this is. I think. Look at all that. That's moving west right now. In relation to Fiona. And I guess we can go back down here into Maine and see if there's anything down here affecting Maine besides rough surf. I don't think there will be. Yeah, there isn't. I'm just trying to see how far north this rainfall goes.
Oh, trust me, quite far.
I imagine that probably like this whole bay is covered in rainfall right now, probably.
Absolutely. Just that we can't see it on radar.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. But either way, heavy rainfall moving into this region, and it's going to be a long, long night and a long day tomorrow for many Canadians.
Storm Tracker HQ says, what are the chances of Category 4 gusts in Nova Scotia?
What do NHC have gusts right now at?
I've no idea.
I can look at the forecast advisory.
Earlier on they had gusts to 155 miles an hour.
They probably still do.
And when it makes landfall, they expect it to be gusting to 125. So, nearly. Extraordinary winds. We had a few more questions. Joey sent in a question. I've just lost it again. There it is. I'm in the middle of the Category 3 cone in Florida. Should I prepare? Water is already empty in most stores and some stores are already closed. Should I prepare now? Well,
yes.
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 Absolutely.
Yes. Do not wait to prepare because you never know. This hurricane could massively uptrend and all of a sudden you have a high-end Category 4 forecast for your area. Obviously, that's not what we're seeing right now, but what we all say in the weather business is we all hope for the best but prepare for the worst. So realistically, you should be preparing as if this is a Category 5 forecasted for your area, because you could see some isolated Category 5 gusts, but not saying that we'll see the Category 5 conditions. Either way, you really should start preparing now, even if supplies are scarce, because the earlier you prepare, the more time you have to prepare adequately. And if you start later, the less time you have. It's very important.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to interject here and say that if you are anywhere on a line from, let's say, for instance, if you're anywhere on the line from the Everglades all the way up to near, basically the entire Florida Gulf Coast, honestly, at this rate, needs to keep a very close eye on the storm, as it can go anywhere. And it can be at any strength, obviously. However, like Ethan has been mentioning recently, or just mentioned recently, you need to prepare for the worst, but always hope for the best, as you never know what can go down. And yeah, definitely if you are in the Western Florida, or the West, oh my God. Give me time to think of my words and how to be right.
But that cone is quite clear, and we expect that it will land somewhere within that cone. But a little bit concerning to hear that stocks are already out in some places, Ethan, don't you think?
It is very worrying, but it's also a good sign because that means that at least some Floridians are preparing adequately and not saying, oh, the storm is going to be that bad. No, I'm glad that Floridians are taking the storm seriously, but then at the same time, there's people that can't find supplies and can't prepare adequately. So it's got two sides to it, really.
Nathan, if I can quickly read out a piece of information real quick.
Sure.
Alrighty, so basically going back on to what we've been saying about Florida, if you are within the following counties, I'm going to read them very briefly here. I'm going to try to get through all of them here. If you are in the following counties, Brevard, Broward, Charlotte, Collier, DeSoto, Glades, Hardy, Hendry, Highlands, Hillsborough, Indian River, Lee, Manatee, Martin, Miami-Dade, Monroe, Okeechobee, Osceola, Palm Beach, Pasco, Pinellas, Polk, Sarasota, and St. Lucie. You have been placed under a state of emergency by Governor Ron DeSantis, and preparing for. You should honestly be rushing preparations to completion or starting those preparations as soon as possible, as within the next couple of days, this storm will be knocking on your doorstep and could cause some very considerable impacts. So, if you are within those following counties, please prepare immediately.
So a state of emergency already.
For much of southwest and west central Florida, which I find extremely surprising. They have so much confidence that this storm is going to do some considerable damage that they already issue a state of emergency within a week of landfall, which I find absolutely ridiculous.
I don't as much these days. I mean, they were doing this all the time in 2016, 17, and beyond.
To be prepared ahead of time, obviously, absolutely. But I find this pretty remarkable.
Sure.
Well,
they do it to allow for extra resources.
Absolutely.
And if you look at like the history behind hurricane impacts in this region, it's been a few years. Like this kind of like this area of Florida. I mean, sure, you had Hurricane Irma come up, but it wasn't really. It really was only a bad storm really down here in this area. You know, we had all this coastline that sure was impacted by Irma, because Irma ended up tracking something like this, where it came up here and then sort of rode the western coast of Florida inland. Sure, it bring impacts to this area, but as far as like north of like the Marco Island, Naples area, it wasn't really that bad. But the last time that we really had a major hurricane threat for these locations, really along the Interstate 75 corridor, including Tampa, the northern end of the Fort Myers area, Sarasota, the last time that we really had a major hurricane threat for this area was Wilma in 2005 and Charley 2004. It's been a long time, and people are going to underestimate this storm, I have a feeling, because it's been so long. You know, we have a thing up here in Indiana when it comes to severe weather, where people are always like, it's not going to hit us because we haven't really had an active season. And it's just the same thing when it comes to hurricanes, where you don't have a major hurricane that hits you, and it, for some reason, I don't know why, but it tends to have this effect on people where it tends to have them underestimate the storm more so than they should be. Hopefully that makes sense.
That does.
Trying to keep up with comments and questions. Keep trying if we've not got to you yet. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. Tropical Storm Alton Ebron says, I have family members in Florida. Should they be ready for this system? I guess the whole of Florida. Some areas more than others. I imagine you can see quite clearly which areas we're most concerned about. Is there reports of damage in Canada yet? I imagine not. It's still pretty early on in Fiona's
I
arrival.
actually have to sorry to interrupt, Nathan, but I just received, I was looking through Twitter about updates for Hurricane Fiona, and I just received a tweet, that recon observations have indicated that Fiona now has a 928 millibar pressure based off of recon data, which is very interesting to see. But per recon data, Fiona's minimal central pressure is now down to 928 millibars.
That would be quite astonishing, but I tell you what, one of the GFS model runs predicted that.
I will post the tweet in the live output room just to basically confirm where I am getting this from. Just so you guys can have a...
I won't be able to look at that myself, but Ethan, if you've got any input on that observation, please let us know.
Sorry, what was the observation again?
It's now down to 928 millibars. Fiona's,
928 millibars. Wow, that's kind of impressive.
and this is per recon. Or actually, yeah, this is per
Holy
recon.
cow.
But is it a valid recon finding?
Was that 928 millibar gained via drop sound?
Wow.
Probably don't have that information.
I can find it. Looks like that they've got 932 per drop sound. So that's a most likely pressure is 932.
Still very intense.
Very low either way.
Hmm.
I just want to pull up some imagery on Noru here.
Uh-oh.
So I will use Weather Nurse. I've heard that it's supposedly trying to rapidly intensify right now. So
A reminder once again that we've got storms all around the world right now. Noru is approaching the Philippines. Let's investigate.
we'll zoom in
And I
pretty
will
close
look at,
on this.
I'll look at
This is-
recon.
This is courtesy of Weather Nurse. We'll zoom out a little bit more. Sorry, I'm just trying to just get a good enough zoom on this. And then we can go ahead and we can animate this GIF here. We'll go for 40 frames here. And we'll see how Noru is looking. Obviously, do we have any signal warnings in place for the
Yes.
Philippines?
We did
Yeah, that's
cover this
good. That's good.
briefly. Signal 1 warnings are in effect there for various parts of Luzon. For some reason the graphic isn't working. Otherwise I would show the map, but
Right, so there's a GIF of Noru. And yeah, that's trying to do something.
could be on its way to typhoon status.
Yeah, let me just see if we have a JTWC fix. I believe we do. Where is it? Let's see here. T3.5. Oh my goodness.
Oh,
Oh, wow.
strong tropical
That-
storm then.
Yeah. That's going... I mean, with a storm this small... I mean, look at that there. With a storm this small... I mean, I don't know about you, Nathan, but this screams to me Philippine sea effect is possible.
Rapid intensification could be underway.
Can I also make a note that this that Noru is supposed to be expected to make landfall on near Bagum and Apari. I'm not 100% sure on what those islands are. Then weaken, then strengthen back again up to 90 knots, which is potentially category high-end category 2 strength, which I find remarkable. I find really remarkable that it's going to cross over an area of land, weaken, and then rapidly strengthen back up. This storm is
Quite common actually.
oh yeah, but I've never seen anything like this in the Westpac before. So
I assure you it's quite common for storms that move over the Philippines. South China Sea is always boiling hot.
absolutely.
Yeah, it's what we call the Philippine sea effect. I know that one storm that really I've been personally drawing comparisons to this was Typhoon Kapu back in 2015 a little bit.
Ooh.
Was that storm small on approach to the Philippines, Nathan? I know that you...
I believe it was very small.
Smaller than this, would you say?
Similar, I think.
So perhaps that's a potential analog. I know that we've also got... what's its name? Sarika?
Yes.
2016. That one also did a Philippine sea effect, and that was small.
It came out
Right.
of nothing, yeah.
So that's just two potential analogs, but the Philippine sea effect is pretty good. Well, can lead to a lot of strong storms. I just want us to pull up the ramp diagnostic plot, and we can have a look at this. Wind shear low, sea upper temperatures high, relative humidity increasing. I mean,
Plain sailing.
we can pull, yeah, for those, we can pull up microwave here. I think it's here that we want. No, that's not it. I remember it's in here somewhere. I'm just trying to find it. That looks to be somewhat recent. Either way, this microwave pass indicates that there's a solid core in the storm, at least.
Fiona is now extratropical at this time.
According to whom?
According to... let me find the source of this real quick. Give me just a moment. This is per Vortex data message from the...
Oh.
This is per VDM.
From Recon.
I believe so. I will...
Can you send the source into me, please?
Yeah, I can take a screen. I can save this down.
No, it's I found it actually. It's not per Recon. It's for the ATCF actually.
Oh.
ATCF has gone post-tropical.
I'm not sure about that just yet.
Still with winds of 115 miles per hour.
125. I saw 125 actually. Oh wait, that's the same tweet. Let me put.
I'm not sure about that. Now, National
All right,
Hurricane
there we
Center won't necessarily follow that exact same update, but that's the automated system from the US Navy.
There we go.
And according to Ethan just now, suggesting 115 miles per hour post-tropical.
That's what the ATCF has gone with. That's not what the NHC has gone with. NHC will update in around...
Another 2 hours, yeah.
2.5 hours, and it will likely not be their last advisory, because they're going to continue them, 100%.
Yes, they will.
There's no way that they're going to stop.
Absolutely
I
not.
I don't see them doing that at all. I don't know what the forecast cone for Fiona is on my software, but it's gone.
Oh. Well, the cone's there. You mean the track.
Well, I mean, yeah, but...
It's odd. Let's try and get into some questions. Why did Fiona unexpectedly strengthen into a Category 4 again earlier today? Any thoughts on that, Ethan?
It actually probably never weakened from Cat 4.
Yeah, that's a good point. It probably didn't. Gonna try and catch up to some more comments here. Mainly the same kinds of questions, actually. Do you think that 9L is trying to relocate a center to the southwest? Why don't we take a look back at satellite on that, Ethan?
That's what I'm pulling up. Let's see. Better for me to use Levi Cowan's website. I want to use True Color there. Although, looking at this, you can see those cirrus clouds to the northwest of the center. And that, to me, is really, really low wind shear. And it's headed right for that. That's not good at all. Let's see. Hard to say, given the imagery here.
Looks quite disjointed recently.
Yeah, it is. Really hard to say, to be honest. Certainly possible, given the wind shear environment that it's in. But if it does relocate its center to the southwest, that means that further westward adjustments in the forecast track are likely.
All right, we'll talk about that more a little later. Marlene, you're with us right now. From a Canadian perspective, your latest thoughts on Fiona and any information you might have for us, please.
This is going to be insane, but I do have the updated tropical cyclone information from the Canadian Hurricane Center.
Yep.
Do you want me to read all the places it's for?
Well, try and summarize if possible.
Well, here's what it says. Fiona will impact Atlantic Canada and eastern Quebec with heavy rainfall and powerful hurricane force winds beginning tonight. Location 41.6 degrees north, 59.8 degrees west, about 230 kilometers south of Sable Island. Maximum sustained winds 195 kilometers an hour, minimal central pressure 935. And they're expecting 100 to 200 millimeters of rain closer to the path of Fiona. More than 200 millimeters is likely. And as for the surge and waves, there will be rough and pounding surf, especially for parts of Nova Scotia, the Gulf of St. Lawrence, and Newfoundland. Large waves will reach the eastern shore of Nova Scotia from the south tonight and build to more than 10 meters. These waves will reach southern Newfoundland by Saturday morning and could be up to or possibly exceeding 12 meters. Some of the waves over eastern portions of the Gulf of St. Lawrence and the Cabot Strait could be higher than 12 meters. The western Gulf will see waves from the north up to 8 meters in place. So they're expecting Gulf significant erosion, their coastal flooding. It's going to be massively bad.
Right now, I've got a few observation points for wind gusts. Now, on Sable Island, I'm seeing 41 knots at the moment. And at various points along the east coast of Nova Scotia, we're looking at about 45 knots wind gusts in a few locations. I don't really know anything about these locations, just that they're locations on the map. And just the number, 45 knots. Still, a lot of locations I can see around Halifax, only around 25 knots of gust, which I find to be a little bit suspiciously low. But there we go. This is a very zoomed in image of Nova Scotia. You make out the outlines there on the image, and how it compares to the wrath and the size of Fiona as it roars inwards here at a substantial pace. Trying to get a latest center fix. It's becoming more difficult to establish where the center actually is. But right now we estimate it to be 304 kilometers from the closest point of Nova Scotia. 304 at this moment. Hurricane Fiona still, according to the National Hurricane Center, 125 miles per hour sustained winds. That's 205 kilometers per hour. And an estimated central pressure of 935. Unconfirmed from the US Navy automated system that Fiona might have turned post-tropical by now. We don't have confirmation on that yet, but all the same, it wouldn't surprise me if at 11 PM when the National Hurricane Center do their next update, that it will have turned extratropical.
I would also not be surprised to see if Tropical Depression 9 also gets Tropical Storm Ian by the 11 PM advisory, given latest trends.
Quite true indeed.
I think they're actually going to be poised to do it, or by tomorrow morning. We just do not know.
Let me try and get some more comments here. Oh, Ghost, thank you very much for reminding me of that. I completely forgot. So we had a few questions around almost an hour ago now about historical context and previous landfalls in the Atlantic Canada region. So earlier today I compiled a map for our other arm, Cyclone History, which is got a website which needs updating and a Twitter account, and I drew this map earlier on showing all of the other strongest Atlantic Canada landfalls. These are all the Category 2 or Category 2 equivalent landfalls that have reached either Nova Scotia or Newfoundland. To walk you through some of those, number 1 and number 2. First off, towards the west there, near Yarmouth, August 24th, 1927, a Category 2 tropical hurricane, 105 mile an hour landfall, and Ginny in October 1963, also 105 mile an hour landfall. The one that most people will probably remember, Hurricane Juan in September 2003, made a 100 mile an hour landfall pretty much over Halifax. Helene in 1958 turned post-tropical just before making landfall as a 100-mile-an-hour storm.
Got some breaking news, Nathan.
Okay.
ATCF. Tropical Storm for 9L. 35 knots. 1,005 millibars. ATCF.
Yep.
That is not confirmed. This is not confirmed, but the ATCF has gone with a tropical storm intensity for 9L. And we've also got some new ship's guidance, and it is now indicating a 65% chance of a 65 knot jump in the next 3 days. That would bring it up 65 knots plus 35 knots, assuming that it's a tropical storm right now. That'd be that's a 75% chance of a major hurricane.
Wait, what?
That's a little bit concerning.
Continues.
I expected that. Honestly, I expected that, and just because you just said that, Ethan, do we think NHC is poised to update this at 11 p.m. or potentially sooner?
I think they'll probably name Ian at 11 p.m. because honestly, with this convective burst that's maintained itself now for 24 hours, I don't see any reason why this wouldn't have tropical storm force wind built in it now.
It's already moved over the center, all this convection. So yeah, I would agree as well. I would put out a special advisor, confirm it. Honestly,
oh no, is Recon there though? Have we ever established whether Recon is actually in there?
I haven't received any updates with Recon though. I know that they were going out there potentially, but I don't have any updated Recon data, so I can't unfortunately get that for you.
I don't know what's going on with that. Well, there we are. No confirmation on any of that yet, and we probably won't get it for another 2 hours, unfortunately. Let's go back to some Fiona parallels. For Newfoundland, number 5 there, that was Hurricane Michael in October 2000, 100-mile-an-hour landfall, tropical. Number 6, also tropical, a storm in 1893, 100 miles an hour. And the final one, and the strongest, Hurricane Luis, although it turned post-tropical by then, made landfall with winds of 120 miles per hour near St. John's, Newfoundland, in September 1995. So I don't think it's going to beat that, but for Nova Scotia landfall, it certainly has the chance to tie or beat the strongest storms for that island or district.
I know that everyone right now is really interested in the ATCF file for 9L. I'm more so interested in what it's going to say for Noru.
Well, what can we say? So, Ethan, could you throw us back to your tropical weather outlook again so that we don't get confused as to all of the systems that are currently active, because when we throw names around, people who might have just tuned in might not know what we're really talking about. What we're looking at on the satellite imagery right now, this is Fiona, Hurricane Fiona, about to move into Nova Scotia and moving in pretty damn quickly. National Hurricane Center's 6-hour average estimating this movement is at 46 miles per hour and is moving faster than expected, which leads me to believe that landfall will occur between midnight and 4 a.m. It could even trend a little bit earlier at this rate. But over to Ethan with the rundown on everything that's active around the world, and it's quite a long list.
Well, Fiona is... That's the wrong thing. Fiona is basically a borderline post-tropical cyclone now. Still with major hurricane force winds, moving into Canada today. Gaston will be a tropical storm moving slowly and will die off near the Azores with winds of 65 miles per hour, weakening based on an earlier ASCAP pass that we had with winds of 70 miles per hour. Hermine is a little bit stronger based on a better satellite appearance, still going to move northward off the coast of Africa and eventually die off. 9L, as we know, will probably be named Ian at 11 p.m. Eastern Time, and we'll have further updates on this dangerous storm as it goes through the Western Caribbean and will eventually rapidly intensify. Stay tuned to our outlets for further information on that. Noru is probably a rapidly intensifying tropical cyclone threat to northern Luzon. I think that the officials are really underestimating this, and it's going to pull a fast one on us, Nathan. I don't know about you, but Noru, a significant threat to the Philippines, and 99L and 96W, both with moderate chances of formation, though if you ask me, 96W is more likely to form than 99L.
You speak quickly, Ethan.
You told me to stay up the whole 10 minutes.
I just managed to catch up to what you were saying at the end. But yes, 2 moderate chances mixed in with all of those active systems right now, my goodness. But the Atlantic's stealing the show with 4 active cyclones and 1 area of interest, but Fiona is obviously the top story tonight, although it is trying to be outdone by 9L. Fiona is a strong hurricane right now. Let's not talk about what we might see in a few days from 9L. This is about what's happening tonight. And Hurricane Fiona is still a Category 3, strong Category 3, with winds of 125 miles per hour sustained and a pressure estimate of 935, drawing closer and closer to Nova Scotia, as you can see. But of course, we are guided by our viewers, so if you have questions on any of the current storms, we will obviously devote the time to answer. Storm Tracker HQ has just done that. Will the 2022 Pacific Typhoon season be a memorable season? Well,
I imagine it will be just simply because of Keenam Nor.
I suppose. I mean, for some people, it's a subjective question. If you ask someone in Korea, then the answer would be yes. If you ask someone in Guam so far, the answer would be no. But who knows what might happen towards the late season. West Pacific can throw up some real monsters in October and November. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. Ward says, will Fiona make a major hurricane landfall tropical? No.
No.
No, it will be post-tropical. How strong do you think 9L will get to? That is one of the biggest open questions we've got going right now. National Hurricane Center predicting a major hurricane Category 3 landfall in Florida. If it plays its cards right in the Caribbean Sea, then the sky's the limit as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I mean, really, I know that a lot of people did see my forecast cone that I made earlier predicting a 125 miles per hour peak just off the coast of Florida. I know that is on the higher end of guidance. But I think that it's pretty reasonable given the current rapid identification index, although I think I only forecasted 105 miles per hour, maybe 110 prior to Cuba. It might be a little bit stronger than that now, given that there is supposed by ships, a 65% chance of a massive jump up to major hurricane status. I mean, that is alarming for a system that looks like this.
Yep, I very much agree there. Mr. James says, think it could have a bit of a repeat of Irma.
No.
Not really. Whilst the strength could be quite similar, it's just got a whole different story to Irma, I suppose. It's hard to explain.
I would say it's Charlie's track.
Charlie's track maybe a little bit, but it's quite different to Charlie as well when you consider that it's probably got a better run-up than Charlie will have. It's probably going to be stronger by the time it gets to Cuba than Charlie was. And it's going to be larger, a little bit larger, I should think. Will Tropical Depression 9 undergo rapid intensification? Well, Ethan, remind us of what that ship's model said again.
I can actually pull it up here.
All right.
There it is.
So, probability for rapid intensification for 65 knots in 72 hours is 65%, or 12 times more likely than normal.
I mean, with a system that looks like this, to have rapid intensification chances like this, that is alarming, Nathan.
Extraordinary.
That is. I mean, I remember tracking Typhoon Hagibis, the precursor to Hagibis in the West Pacific. And the ships only went, like, what? 50% tops on that? And look at where that went.
65% chance of seeing a Category 3 hurricane out of 9L by this time on Tuesday. Monday Eastern time. Tuesday over here where I am.
Yeah.
Already crossed over into the next day here.
And to think that if the storm plays its cards correctly, it could even be a Category 4 in 3 days.
Don't.
If it plays its card correctly. It has to do everything correctly. But this just shows you how volatile the atmosphere is. I mean, I'll pull it up here. On this graphic here on Simus. You can see...
You'll have to show us this after the break, Ethan.
We're going to break on Hudson.
We are. It is. But you can stick around, can't you?
No, I've actually got to go.
No?
Actually.
Oh my goodness. Damn. Well, you get the idea with 9L. We'll take a look at that again in the next hour, as we will with everything else. At the present, it's Hurricane Fiona that we're trying to focus more on. I know a lot of attention is there for Tropical Depression 9, which could be a tropical storm at the next advisory at 11 PM. We're here pretty much until Fiona makes landfall in Nova Scotia, and we'll probably have regular coverages throughout the upcoming week as Tropical Depression 9 develops. If you think you could be part of our team, we're always looking for people to help with our coverage and with stuff behind the scenes, so if you're any good at graphics or video production or any of that kind of stuff, you could help us help the world with our storm updates and all the other stuff that we do. A huge array of storms that we get around the world every year. We'll take more comments and questions in a few. We're going to take a short break here. Hurricane Fiona is now closing within 300 kilometers of Nova Scotia. And we'll talk more about it again after this. Live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Force 13 live coverage continues on Hurricane Fiona, which is continuing to approach land. Set to make landfall in Atlantic Canada, Nova Scotia, in a rather short amount of time now. Here's a close-up shot of Nova Scotia and the surrounding area, and look how quickly Fiona is steaming in from the Atlantic. An angry storm with 125 miles per hour winds. That's 205 kilometers per hour. An estimated central pressure of 935 millibars. Reiterate the warnings. Hurricane warning in effect from Hubbards to Brule in Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, Isle de la Madeleine, and Newfoundland from Parsons Pond to Francois. A tropical storm warning for St Andrews, New Brunswick to west of Hubbards, Nova Scotia, west of Brule, Nova Scotia to Cap Madeline, Quebec, Anticosti Island, Sheldrake, Quebec to north of Parsons Pond, Newfoundland, Boat Harbour to Hare Bay, and Francois to St Lawrence. A tropical storm watch is in effect for north of Boat Harbour, Newfoundland to West Bay, Labrador. My name is Nathan Foy, alone in the studio actually for this hour, but no problem at all. Hurricane Fiona is approaching land still at this point and is about to cross through 300 kilometers until it does reach its landfall in Nova Scotia. Let's get a position update, and right now I can tell you that it's gone from 304 kilometers now down to 299. So it looks like it slowed down just a little bit in those last couple of hours. Always a lot to look at right now across the Atlantic particularly, and I will do my best to show all the different imageries on my own here. So I guess it's a good time now to bring back the my other kind of imagery here as well, to take a look at what's going on with both systems, Fiona and Tropical Depression 9. Now, some of you may be a little bit confused as to where we are with both these storms right now. Is Fiona post-tropical? Is Tropical Depression 9 a storm? Will it be called Hermine? No, because Hermine got named earlier today further east. Look at that blowing up along the coast of Africa. That is Tropical Storm Hermine, and that is looking pretty decent. It beat 9L to the punch. And the next name now will be Ian, and that is the name that 9L will get if it becomes a tropical storm. Let's face it, it's more of a when than an if. Some suggestions that it already is a tropical storm and they will name it at 11 PM. Possible, we don't know for certain, but that is indicated by the unofficial automated system from the US Navy. They don't always follow through with these estimates when they put them out. So we wait to see whether that will happen. The same source also put Fiona as a post-tropical storm. Extratropical, non-tropical, whatever you want to call it. With winds of 115 miles per hour. We will await confirmation on both of those from the National Hurricane Center. Also further east there, you might miss it on the infrared imagery, it looks pretty awful. That there is Tropical Storm Gaston. If we zoom out to the whole picture, you can see everything that's going on in the Atlantic right now. I'll try and fit them all into the shot. Maybe if we tilt it a bit, you might see it a little bit better. So, just to reiterate where we're at right now. This massive thing here is Fiona. This little thing here is Gaston, although it is over the Azores right now, delivering tropical storm force winds. This over here now is Hermine. And this still doesn't have a name. It is still 9L, but could get the I name. And if that wasn't enough, this here is another area of interest, currently at 50%. So that pretty much illustrates everything that we've got going on in the tropics right now in the Atlantic. A huge bluster of development that's currently going on. We'll leave that on the screen for a couple of minutes whilst I take some questions. So, I'll try and go back as far as I can. And I'm failing because it's broken down on me. Okay, what is the difference between post-tropical and extratropical? You sort of hear these terms used interchangeably at times. Post-tropical and extratropical are different. Post-tropical can infer that the storm has lost its circulation or that it no longer has enough convection. That sometimes is defined as a post-tropical remnant. Extratropical storms contain tropical storm force winds. It'd probably be easier if we drew a Venn diagram of all this stuff. They have storm force winds, but they don't have the warm core that tropical storms have, and Fiona is currently making that transition. It will definitely be an extratropical storm after it completes this transition shortly. Hopefully that explains it somewhat. Trying to find some more comments here. Someone mentioned that I missed the comment from earlier, but I can't find it. You'll have to ask me again. Is Fiona projected to make landfall in Newfoundland or Nova Scotia? It is definitely going to make landfall in Nova Scotia. Cut back to the National Hurricane Centre's cone. They'll next update at 11 p.m. This is the 8 p.m. advisory. Want to point out here that the first hurricane point there, or post-tropical hurricane point, is supposed to be 2 a.m. Atlantic Standard Time. Now at 8 p.m. it's already halfway to that point from where it was at 5 p.m. So if it continues this rate of speed, it will get there by 11 p.m. or a little bit later. So it's going ahead of schedule, and that means that landfall will probably occur sooner, should do, but also stronger is what it would mean when it does make landfall, because time will only ensure that this storm loses strength. As you can see, all of those hurricane warnings depicted graphically, and those tropical storm warnings in blue, and even tropical storm watches along the east coast of Labrador. When was the last time you saw that? How do we think Tropical Depression 9 currently compares to Charlie? We hear all of these Charlie comparisons from in 2004. Everyone's waxing lyrical about that one. Well, let me just remind myself of where Charlie was at this point. First of all, Charlie was an August storm. We've got to remember that. And it was tiny. This storm will be quite a bit larger than Charlie. At this point in time, when it was passing... So it's on the same longitude as the Haiti-Dominican Republic border right now, our current storm. And by this point, Charlie was a mid-range tropical storm, and it ended up making landfall in western Cuba on the 13th of August as a Category 2. Mid-range Category 2, and then strengthened to Category 3 actually before making landfall. I think the difference is with this, it's going to be larger. I would imagine the oceanic heat content is much higher than it was in 2004, considering it is absolutely blisteringly through the roof right now. As are sea surface temperatures, wind shear will drop to near zero values. I struggle to see how this storm cannot become a major hurricane before striking western Cuba. Of course, this cone is quite wide, and the center of the storm can track anywhere within this cone. We've always got to remember this from the National Hurricane Center. That means it could still track to the western tip of Cuba, or it could still deviate east of making a Florida landfall. Things that we have to remember with regards Tropical Depression 9. Still not named yet, but could be on the way. Let's try and find some more questions. Do we think 9L is tracking more east or west on the latest chart runs, all ensembles? That's a tough one considering it's moving east. I mean, I guess you might want to ask more, is it moving north or further north or south? It's hard to tell at the moment. I think actually it might be moving a slight bit slower than expected in the last 6 hours. And I suppose if that continues, then that probably supports a shift eastward on the cone, if anything. So that's what my bet would be for the next National Hurricane Center cone, although the GFS has shifted west, and maybe other models might be doing that. It's going to be a tough one to call. They might just stick it in the middle once again. We're now rejoined by Marlene, who is joining us from a completely different part of Canada, but at least you have the perspective over there, perhaps that we might not have, on what's going on there in Newfoundland and Nova Scotia. Marlene, what's the latest? Any information?
According to the Canadian Hurricane Center, pretty much the same information.
Do you want to just go over that again for us?
Okay, this is the summary basic information as of 9 p.m. Atlantic Daylight Time. Location 41.6 degrees north, 59.8 degrees west, about 230 kilometers south of Sable Island. Maximum sustained winds of 195 kilometers an hour. Present movement north at 56 kilometers an hour. Minimum central pressure of 935 millibars. This storm will be a severe event for Atlantic Canada and eastern Quebec. Fiona will transition into a very powerful post-tropical storm as it makes landfall in eastern Nova Scotia late tonight, early Saturday morning. This storm is still on track to produce very heavy rainfall and severe winds. The latest forecast guidance brings Hurricane Fiona northwards across Nova Scotia waters tonight, making landfall near Canso, then passing through western Cape Breton Saturday morning and reaching the Quebec lower shore, North Shore, and southeastern Labrador by early Sunday. Severe winds and rainfall will have major impacts for eastern Prince Edward Island, eastern Nova Scotia, southern and eastern New Brunswick, western Newfoundland, eastern Quebec, and southeastern Labrador. There will also be large waves, especially for the Atlantic coast of Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, and eastern portions of the Gulf of St. Lawrence. Finally, there is a high likelihood of storm surge for parts of Nova Scotia, the Gulf of St. Lawrence, and western Newfoundland.
This storm has completely started blowing itself away in the latest few hours. Just looking on some of my other screens, it is rapidly losing it, and it is definitely, I think, now going to be declared post-tropical at 11 p.m. Certainly, just by looking at it, it feels that way. It is now 255 kilometers from the closest point of Nova Scotia, from the center of the storm. Did you want to say something?
I'm just looking. Yeah, it's definitely gone post-tropical, but it's still going to be nasty. There's going to be major flooding, erosion. Hopefully everyone's batting down the hatches.
Let's try and get a wider shot of this so we see more here. That's the most we can see. So there's a full shot there of Fiona about to reach the coast, to reach the island of no, is it an island or is it connected?
No, the Cape Breton is a peninsula. It's referred to as the Acadian Peninsula.
Got it. So that is the area that's going to be most affected by this storm now. It appears that it's still traveling pretty much north, and the more I look at this, the more it appears that it might only graze the very eastern tip of Cape Breton. And that could possibly mean a landfall still for western Newfoundland as well. Remarkable to see this. Nonetheless, it will eventually continue to cause chaos in the Gulf of St. Lawrence and then head up towards the easternmost part of Quebec. Let's see if we can take some questions. We will try and balance coverage as much as possible because we know how people are interested so much in Tropical Depression 9. The next update from the National Hurricane Center is in an hour and a half, and we'll have more info, really big info, probably at that update. Let's do our best here. What are the current power outages in Nova Scotia and Prince Edward Island? Do you have any info on that, Marlene? Or maybe you could...
I do not, but I can definitely look that up.
Yeah, please do. I'll take a few more questions in the meantime. Jumley is cool says, I think it's going to make landfall way before 11 because it's just moving fast. No, it's not going to make landfall before 11, even at its current, even if it moved at 110 kilometers per hour, as it did for a brief moment earlier. It would still take 2.5 hours to make landfall, so that would be after 12. Or just before 12, I think. So, no, it's going to be at least midnight, probably between midnight and 4 a.m. before we see a potential landfall in Nova Scotia. And that is local time. Keep sending in your comments and questions live. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. Thank you for tuning in tonight. We hope it's been informative and useful, at least to some extent. If you are on the ground around this hurricane, it still is officially for a little while longer, please stay safe. But if you do have any information and it is safe for you to contact us, then please send your messages in. Ike says, how can we compare Fiona to the most recent Canadian hurricane, Dorian?
This is way worse than Dorian.
The angle says it all, really. Very few storms make landfalls at such a perpendicular angle at this intensity. Indeed, it's what is going to really stand out with this storm compared to the other historical ones. Now, I think I received 1 or 2 minor complaints earlier because the cyclone history image here doesn't contain Dorian. The reason why is because Dorian was only a Category 1 equivalent at landfall in Nova Scotia. This only shows Category 2 equivalent storms. So these storms pictured are all one level above Dorian when they made landfall. You see them all there. A hurricane in 1927 near Yarmouth, 105 mile an hour tropical landfall. Ginny, a 105 mile an hour tropical landfall. Juan, of course, is what most people remember, near Halifax, a 100 mile an hour tropical landfall. Helene in 1958, an extratropical landfall at 100 miles per hour. That's the closest to where we're expecting Fiona. What you'll notice with all of those tracks, though, is that hardly any of them are due north. The most due north there is probably Juan, which was smaller, quite a bit smaller than Fiona is going to be. So from when you put everything together, Fiona is going to be the worst on paper to make landfall here. And then you look at Newfoundland, Michael in October 2000, a 100 mile an hour tropical landfall. 1893, a hurricane made a 100 mile an hour landfall in further east. And number 7 there, the strongest but extratropical, was what was left of Hurricane Luis in September 1995. 120 mile an hour landfall near St. John's. But all things considered, for the area that it's affecting, the angle that it's coming in at, and the intensity that it's currently at, Fiona is going to be the worst storm on paper, and that unfortunately is likely to lead to the worst storm overall.
Absolutely. I got a value. Right now, Nova Scotia Power has about 28,295 customers with no power right now.
And the population on Nova Scotia is about 1 million, correct?
I believe so. Hold on.
So we're still at early stages here of this storm moving through. So take a little drink break there. So I imagine those
971,395 people.
Yeah, I imagine there's going to be a lot more reports flooding in later on. Although Halifax must be most of that population, but I imagine Sydney is going to get raked pretty hard.
Yep.
Let me try and get to some more comments, even though they're going way too fast for me. Walked Jungle, thank you for your support tonight. Will Canada see devastating impacts? Oh yes, I think so, unfortunately. Why does Fiona remind me so much of Sandy? And also, do you think Nova Scotia could get Category 3 impacts? It's not as large as Sandy, but it's more powerful. It is a bit like Sandy, in a way, but not really. It's hard to say why. Nova Scotia, could it get Category 3 impacts? It's going to be close. I don't think they will. They'll get high-end Category 2 impacts, I reckon. And Gutmana 9, also, thank you for your support. I missed that one as well. Saying that Larry was the most recent Canadian hurricane. I can't even, last few years have been a blur. I can't even remember how strong Larry was at landfall. It can't have been a Category 2 though, otherwise it would have appeared on my graphic. Larry made a tropical hurricane, Category 1 landfall in eastern Newfoundland. So yeah, it's up there, but it's not right up there. Another powerful storm. Could 9L follow a similar path to the Tampa Bay hurricane of 1921? You know, when Ethan in the last hour, an hour or two ago, was talking about the potential impacts for Tampa Bay, I did think of that storm. I can't remember the specifics, which is why I didn't mention it, but it was a powerful storm that moved into Tampa Bay from the west, and a very rare track, and it could be something very similar to that. So yeah, basically it could follow a very similar path to that one. I can't remember exactly, so obviously I don't remember everything, but I'll just look it up briefly and see what similarities we have with those two storms. So the Tampa Bay hurricane came in, it was actually a later season storm. It formed from the southwestern Caribbean, and it was a Category 4 at peak, and it made landfall on October 25th, late on the 25th, as a Category 3 after reaching Category 4 through the Yucatan Channel. So it's somewhat comparable, but not really. It's a much more late season storm. It hooked eastward a lot more and moved out over the Atlantic and actually went southeast for a while, out over the open Atlantic after Florida, and then moved northeast. So not really that comparable. The landfall was much more perpendicular to land than what we're going to be expecting from TD9. So it's hard to compare the two. I don't think this storm would be as bad as that one in terms of impacts, but then again, obviously we know that population changes and infrastructure changes are two worlds apart between this year and 101 years ago. So still the opportunity is there for it to be a worse storm, all things considered, than that one. But But that's way out yet. We can't really speculate too much. Can we explain what makes a storm post-tropical or extratropical? So when we look back at this imagery and you see Fiona looking much more disheveled. In fact, let's go and look at this imagery. Yes. So you can see how earlier on it was looking, I don't really know how you explain it really. It had the eye obviously and everything looking really good, and then this big dry slot opening up as it starts to become more of a frontal system interacting with a low pressure to its west. The wind radius, the wind field, grows quite a lot. The storm starts to weaken a little bit, and then it just turns post-tropical whilst it continues moving northwards. There becomes cold core because it's moving over colder sea surface temperatures, and then after it makes that transition, it doesn't look anywhere near as nice, but then the wind field is much larger, and it even sometimes in some cases has the potential to re-strengthen after it makes that transition. Hard to explain exactly how these post-tropical transitions work, but it always happens at these latitudes, mainly instigated by colder sea surface temperatures, of course, which is what we're seeing up here. Can't sustain the structure that a tropical hurricane has because they rely on sea surface temperatures of 26 degrees or above. So you see this capitulation, you see this massive dry air pocket moving in, usually engulfs one half of the storm, and the other half is still extremely powerful. Of course, in that bare half on the western side, there will still be strong winds. Thank you to Tom Finnegan for your support this evening, and we aim to do our best coverage that we can do during this storm as it continues to reach ever closer to the coast of Nova Scotia. But still, its motion right now, Marlene, suggests to me as though it is not a guarantee that it will make landfall on Cape Breton.
Yeah, depends on where they put the center, though. That's the big thing. Because if that little separated part is the center, it might clip it.
I'm not convinced. Let's get a new estimate from distance from land. This is regarding Nova Scotia itself, not Sable Island, which it's very close to right now. And it is now 225 kilometers from the closest point on Nova Scotia. Just for reference and for interest, it is only 49 kilometers from Sable Island, the center of the storm.
Yeah, if it still hits if it goes directly over Sable Island, that's still classified as a landfall.
Well, yes, it would be. Certainly would. I'm just going to check an update with the US Navy and see if there's any new information suggesting any changes. It still looks like they're going to go with 115 miles per hour at the next advisory on Fiona post-tropical. As we heard earlier, unconfirmed as well, that they're probably going to name 9L, Tropical Depression 9, at the next update at 11 p.m. Eastern Time. We think, but we don't yet know. Stay tuned for that. That's in just over an hour's time when we'll hear for certain whether that has actually happened. For the time being, let's just give you a quick roundup on every system that's active right now and the current warnings. So for Hurricane Fiona, still tropical officially at this time. There's a hurricane warning in effect for Nova Scotia from Hubbards to Brule, Prince Edward Island, Isle de la Madeleine, and Newfoundland from Parsons Pond to Francois. A tropical storm warning for St Andrews, New Brunswick to west of Hubbards, Nova Scotia, west of Brule to Cap Madeleine, Quebec, Anticosti Island, Sheldrake, Quebec to north of Parsons Pond, Newfoundland, Boat Harbour to Hare Bay, and Francois to St Lawrence. And a tropical storm watch for north of Boat Harbour, Newfoundland to West Bay, Labrador. Second on our list is Tropical Storm Gaston, which still has winds from the National Hurricane Center of 60 miles per hour and a pressure of 995 millibars. There are tropical storm warnings across all of the Azores, which are those small islands that the storm is currently directly over. A weather station at Horta on Fayette Island recently measured a wind gust of 41 miles per hour. And Tropical Depression 9, which we think might be named a tropical storm at the next update, but as of right now, a hurricane watch for the Cayman Islands and a tropical storm watch for Jamaica. They're expecting this storm to become a major hurricane near Florida 5 days from now. Let's take some more questions. Where will 9L go after Florida? Well, that's a good question, and models appear to be quite split at this juncture. GFS, for instance, now wants it going straight up towards the panhandle of Florida, making landfall there, and then moving inland over the United States. Other models still suggesting that it will move over Florida, the peninsula, and out over the western Atlantic and possibly make more landfalls along the US East Coast. Something that can't yet be ruled out.
Good gravy.
What's that?
That's creepy. I was like, good gravy. Either way, it's still going to be bad. I mean, you got the Panhandle, Michael. They're still going over with Michael.
Mm-hmm.
The other one, you could either say Charlie or Irma. Either way, they're still going to have bad damage. And probably most of those haven't even still recovered from the last ones.
Yes, absolutely. Let's check this kind of imagery. This shows you a little bit more of the low cloud patterns. Look at the extent of Fiona's influence. Absolutely staggering. So you've got the center of this big beast here. You've got this massive trunk of cloudiness and rainfall extending into Maine, eastern Maine. Of course, the worst of it is over Nova Scotia right now towards Newfoundland. That's the big shield, and along the eastern side there, the strongest winds. Down the bands here, look how far they extend. One such band is causing rainfall over Lake Okeechobee right now and over southern Florida. Another of these little remnant bands, almost really, are enhancing slightly some rainfall over here in Haiti and in eastern Cuba. And you could even make the argument that it is influencing still Tropical Depression 9. Now you think the south side is far? Well, take a look at the north side and look at all of that blowing up over Greenland and towards Iceland. Ridiculous from this storm, pumping up all of that moisture, and even Greenland could receive hurricane force winds from this storm as an extratropical cyclone, and quite a lot of rainfall. Maximum rainfall we're expecting is probably in the region of 150 millimeters for Nova Scotia, and for Newfoundland probably slightly less. Having said that, this storm is potentially moving a bit further east than earlier expected. We're not fully sure yet, but what we can tell you is that at the moment it is now around 225 kilometers from landfall, and here is the super close-up image showing you Nova Scotia in relation to this passing storm. It's looking very close as to whether we get an actual landfall or not, but it is coming in fast.
Mm-hmm.
Let me try and figure out once again how far it's moved in a set time period. So in about 2 hours, it has moved approximately 171 kilometers. Extrapolate that movement, another 171 kilometers would mean landfall in about 3 hours from now. So
that is just crazy.
So that would make it getting on for 1 a.m. nearly in Canada, which is quite a bit earlier than expected, unless this storm slows down, but it doesn't, you can't see it slowing down when you look at that imagery. And you consider a movement of 171 kilometers in 2 hours. That's pretty fast. What's that? That's 85 kilometers in 1 hour, so just over 50 miles per hour movement. And that gets added on to the storm's wind speed if you're in the northeastern quadrant. The movement of the storm obviously gets added on to the actual winds, which come from, well, they circle counterclockwise, of course, from south to east to north to west. So if you're on the eastern side, you'll get astonishing winds. If you subtract 50 miles per hour, they're probably really only saying it's got 75 mile an hour winds, but the fact that it's moving at 50 miles per hour adds on that other 50 to 125 miles per hour. And that is part of why this storm has so much strength as it reaches this area that most storms don't have anywhere near as much power as this one does. Certainly looks almost fully extratropical now, though.
Absolutely.
Let's get some comments. Is there possible lightning in Fiona? Good question. I've got a lightning product here, so let's see what we can see. Let's try and get a... Let's just turn it off. Any lightning strikes? Oh yes, there's a few. Just a minute. There's a few little lightning points there that are occurring just off Cape Breton. When did that happen? That occurred at about an hour ago. A few little lightning flashes, not many. Only about 7 strikes there, if I counted correctly. 6 or 7 strikes from the storm so far. So no, not really any lightning. Just that little off chance that you might catch one. And I realised that my screen wasn't even shown for that part, but I guess you can take my word for it.
Oops.
Nonetheless, let's keep going here. Do extratropical storms always speed up? Not always, just that they usually end up doing so because they've been dragged along by a front, or they themselves become the front. And in the extratropical zones much further north, things move much more quickly than they do down in the tropics. I don't know for sure, but I assume it's because of the Coriolis effect that's the way it is. And will Fiona be tropical or extratropical at landfall? It looks pretty much certain here that it's going to be an extratropical landfall, and that they'll probably declare it post-tropical in an hour when they do their next update. That's the National Hurricane Center. Laos Mapping says some models have it hitting North Carolina. Is there a chance that it could, or is it too far out? That's obviously in relation to Tropical Depression 9 in the Atlantic. So that is a possibility, but it is too far out to say for certain or any kind of probability. There once again is the track for Tropical Depression 9, which we do believe is about to be named a tropical storm. We don't have that confirmed yet, but we think that's what's going to happen in an hour. As soon as we know, you will know. Just checking to see if there's any special updates, but there haven't been any issued. So it clearly appears that we're going to be waiting until that update comes out at 11. Just check the satellite imagery for Tropical Depression 9 once again. It looks fairly decent. Convection waning a little bit though. I would be surprised if the National Hurricane Center didn't upgrade it. But just because the US Navy suggests that it is a tropical storm at this point, the National Hurricane Center may not follow that. It has happened before, even when the US Navy assigned the storm name. That did once get reversed, I think in 2018 with Hermine, if that's the right year I'm thinking of. Or maybe it was later. They named it and then they retracted it, if I remember rightly, and then they gave it back again later on. So stranger things have happened. We're just going to have to wait for the National Hurricane Center's official line when they produce their updates in about an hour. Of course, in the grand scheme of things, that doesn't change much in relation to this storm's forecast. We know that it will eventually become a tropical storm and then a hurricane, strike western Cuba and then head towards Florida. And it's been a while since we showed Fiona's cone, and that's what that one looks like right now. Tropical storm force winds definitely being felt in Nova Scotia, in pretty much all of the hurricane warning zone in Nova Scotia. This of course being an hour or two old now. And it will drag through possibly Cape Breton fairly soon. Still a question mark for me as to whether it actually will make landfall there. The more I see it, the more it looks like it might just be a little bit too far east. Well, anyway, we're here to take questions whilst for as long as we're here. Ombra says, here's a fact, Force 13 was the first I ever subscribed to and I hope it gets loads of subs. Okay, excellent. Well, I mean, we do what we do. If people like it, then you're welcome to subscribe to our channel for more updates. It's just a sign, you know, it makes us feel a sense of pride knowing that we are reliable to you as we cover these storms independently and with our own thoughts and our own opinions. I think it's really crucial that we have that in this day and age. Now then, did Ida of last year form in the same area as Tropical Depression 9? Ida was further north, wasn't it? I struggle to remember now. Got a little bit of amnesia here when it comes to storms in the last 2 years. I don't know, actually, I think it was in the same kind of area. It was really blowing up when it was moving through western Cuba, though. Taco Bean says, if Invest 99L forms into a tropical depression, where would it go and how strong will it be? Let me remind everyone again of all the current systems that are active, just for those who may be late to the party. Let me bring up the best kind of imagery once again. And my cool little annotations. Take them or leave them. It's difficult to fit all of these systems in the same frame, but that's the best we got. So once again, Hurricane Fiona, however long that might be, and its big influence there, located off the coast of Canada. Gaston, which is barely visible at all on the infrared imagery, located here. Hermine, really blowing up some good convection there in the eastern Atlantic. Tropical Depression 9, which still doesn't have the name yet, but might do very soon. There it is. That's a rubbish drawn 9. And this is what you're referring to, Invest 99L, currently at 50% chance. Now, if it does form, we expect that it doesn't have much area to go. It's probably got poor steering currents. It's probably not going to go very far along here. And it probably won't go before it just decides to weaken again, probably due to dry air as it ends up going that way. Gaston, if you're wondering, it's not got very long to go. It's going to turn post-tropical over here. Hermine is going to move up towards this way a little bit. Could produce rainfall over the Canary Islands, which are right off over there. And of course Fiona heading right up there off the screen through northern eastern Canada. So that's what our crazy active Atlantic looks like right now, but the two main features that we're covering all night tonight is Fiona up top and Tropical Depression 9 at the bottom.
Have you looked at Fiona through radar?
Do you have it for me? I can't get it here.
I can show you, but it's probably going to be a very small screen.
Anything is better than nothing.
Okay, let me see if I can do this.
It's very crucial to see radar. So, we're about to see it here. Oh, you're on a phone, I see.
Yeah. That's why I said it's going to be probably a little small, but it's about the best I can come up with.
So, there's a little view looking at heavy rainfall. You know what? I do have a source, actually, that I might be able to show. So, give me a moment, and I will hopefully be able to get that up on my screen as well. In the meantime, back to this... Pardon?
I said I hadn't hooked up my computer because it wants to be stupid and slow.
As it is, here is some wide shot imagery right now. I'm just trying to get the radar that I want. Just have to give me a moment on this. Okay. This is showing some substantial rainfall. Alright, let me try and get this imagery up here as well. Where's this? Right, yeah, there it is. There we are. This is current radar right now. You can see Sable Island there, which looks like, I don't know if it's just because radar can't see that far, but it looks like it is in the clear. In a big clearing in the center of the storm, of course, where the eye sort of should be. Of course, you can't really see Nova Scotia at all. It's buried in all of that rain. You can see it briefly appearing in the map behind, but you can just see huge amounts of rain, yellows, oranges, even some areas of red sweeping through the whole of Nova Scotia right now. Some of the worst areas I could possibly point out, looks like there's a big band moving through Sydney at this moment. Halifax looks like it is just about to enter a little gap, actually. They're in a little gap, and then it looks like things are going to get quite a lot worse in the next hour in Halifax. So that's just a few little observations that I can sort of see.
Yeah, seeing the satellite, it looks like it's not going to hit, but you look at the radar, and it looks like it made actually landfall. That's where the catch-22 is.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking about locating the center on radar there. Let me have a little look. It's a struggle to figure out where that center is at all. I have no idea when I look at that. Of course, it would be a lot more easier if we had visible imagery, if it was still daylight, but of course it isn't. It's hard to tell whether the center of the storm is where that little indent is in that strong infrared presentation, or whether it's further to the southwest where the warmest signatures are, the darkest colors, darkest grays there in that imagery.
That's where I'm thinking the center is just where that dark gray is.
For all we know, it could be somewhere in between.
Exactly.
John Robinson, thank you very much for your comment. It means a lot to us, as always. Every single one. Dawson says, is there a recon plane in the storm? There certainly was earlier. I'm not sure the status on that. And let me try and catch up with some more comments. Things go by really quickly, so do forgive us if we miss some. When do we think extreme wind warnings could be issued? I don't know if they issue those in Canada, unless you mean for Tropical Depression 9 when it becomes a major hurricane. And that would be
Oh,
some
they
way out.
actually did have one, just a moment. They actually had one where it was called a wreck house
A
wind
what?
forecast. They called it a wreck house wind. I'm
Wreck
just
house
pulling
wind.
it up. Yep. And that's actually wreck house wind, and that's for Chanel, Port aux Basques and vicinity. Maximum gusts southeasterly up to 170 kilometers an hour in the wreck house area. And that's what they actually call it, a wreck house wind warning.
Wow. Let's
But
get some.
they also have a hurricane warning for that same area. Strong Category 1 force winds of 100 gusting to 140 kilometers an hour at exposed locations, except for 140 gusting to 160 kilometers an hour at the coast, with a surge of 1.8 to 2.4 meters and dangerous waves from 11 to 15 from here. Hurricane Fiona are expected. This warning represents the region within the core of the hurricane, severe post-tropical Fiona. Winds will likely gust to near Category 2 hurricane threshold, which is 160 kilometers an hour in some areas such as eastern Cape Breton and southwest Newfoundland, east of the eye. Over PEI and parts of northern Nova Scotia, the winds will be much colder and from the northwest and could gust up to 140 or 150 kilometers an hour.
Impressive once again. More questions. Can 9L, Tropical Question 9, make landfall as a Category 5 in Florida? It cannot be ruled out, I'm afraid. But we know how unlikely they are. I would say it's very unlikely. But it can never be ruled out. How bad are impacts in the Azores from Tropical Storm Gaston? I've no idea, just that they recently reported a 41 mile an hour gust. I doubt it's too bad, but obviously people need to take precautions. How bad is the hurricane for Mount Uniacke, or Uniacke, Nova Scotia? Now, once again, you'll have to forgive me for not being familiar with this geography. Let me look that one up. So that is in the middle of the island, I think. Yes. So that is inland from Halifax. So that area, I imagine, will probably be a rainfall hotspot, considering it's an actual peak. So I would expect at least 150 millimeters of rain. Some of that is already falling. You're probably in the middle of it right now, actually, one of the significant bands. But later, you'll probably get a lot more. And the strong winds, you'll probably get hurricane force gusts. Yeah, I doubt you'll get sustained hurricane force winds there anymore, because it just seems like the storm's moving a bit further east than we first expected. Only a bit. Latest position estimate. We believe right now that the storm is, the center of what's left of the eye, is now 185 kilometers from reaching Nova Scotia. Getting pretty close. Well, at this point, we're about to dip in for our end break. Let's take a few more questions whilst we can. What made the storm so big? Well, it spent a lot of time as a powerful hurricane. It had a very decent eye. It had a low pressure, even when it was building earlier on. And the longer it stays like that, the more it grows in size. Every eye wall replacement cycle results in an increase in the storm's size. And you often see at these hurricanes, especially the long tracking ones in the Atlantic, get very bloated later on in their lives as they reach their end of life, as this one certainly is. But the main reason for storms growing in size is eye wall replacement cycles and extratropical transitions. Those are the two big reasons, and it's got both of them in abundance. Highest reported winds in Canada right now. I don't know if you've got any info, Marlene.
No, I don't have that information at the moment.
No, me neither. I know there were 45 knot gusts earlier on Nova Scotia. Someone said, Hurricane Discussion said, and obviously I don't know if it's true, but it would make sense, that the recon plane had to quickly turn around and land, the one that was going to investigate Tropical Depression 9, probably due to communication problems. So thank you for bringing that up. Lots going on here. Lots going on. Welcome back, Patrick. We'll speak to you properly in a moment. We're taking a short break here. Hurricane Fiona still extremely powerful. In the next hour, the National Hurricane Center will produce their updates, and they're probably going to be big ones for Canada and for the areas ahead of Tropical Depression 9. Stay tuned. It's probably going to be a big hour ahead. Live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. seriously dangerous Hurricane Fiona about to fully reach Nova Scotia. Already been battered by extremely powerful winds and heavy rainfall. And this storm is expected to pass very close to or make landfall probably on Cape Breton fairly soon, in the next maybe 3 or 4 hours at this rate. Maybe even less if it continues to go at this rate. When you look at it on the screen, it looks very quick indeed. Our latest estimate is that it's 185 kilometers from the closest point of Newfoundland and drawing closer at every hour. Its movement speed is approximately 85 kilometers per hour in the last few, and that would be about 50 to 55 miles per hour. Very quick. Wind speed sustained of 125 miles per hour, that's 205 kilometers per hour, and a pressure of 935 millibars. Not the only storm that we're looking at this hour. Tropical Depression 9 in the Caribbean Sea is on the cusp of getting named storm status. Not official yet, but we think it might be about to happen. Just as we expect that Fiona will be declared extratropical when the National Hurricane Center update at the end of the hour. So things are going to get really crazy towards the end of this hour of coverage as they update on all of those North Atlantic storms. They've got 4 to go through, plus Tropical Storm Newton in the Eastern Pacific, if that wasn't enough. 5 storms they'll be updating at the end of this hour, so I imagine their staff room is pretty packed. And so is ours. My name is Nathan Foy, and I'm joined by our team this hour in our room right now. A few people in and out. We have Patrick returning from earlier, Tim and Cesar making a rare appearance, and it's great to have you back on the air.
Good evening, Nathan, and thank you for receiving me as well, and the other guys in the team, Patrick as well, and Tim. Well, of course, this is a really dangerous situation, Nathan. This is history in the making, to be honest. And well, we can't rule out that a year ago they had Hurricane Larry, which was fairly intense as well.
Indeed. We've also got Marlene returning there as well, who is in the western part of Canada, but at least they're in the same country as what's going on. No one else can say that tonight in our live room, but everyone does have a right to be here, no doubt. Patrick, you're also with us, and what's your take on Fiona? You've been in and out, certainly post-tropical by now, right?
Yes, latest recon data, and, well, it's not official at this time, but latest recon data, and, I believe, latest recon data, and ATCT data, have confirmed that Fiona is extratropical at this time with winds of at least 115 to 125 miles an hour. It is not confirmed on the NHC side of things. However, I would expect them to update that within the next 15 minutes. I also have the 18Z GFS model on my end here to basically give an overview of what the progress could be for Ian. If you want to go to my stream real quick, whenever you get a second.
That's a great screen. There we are.
Alrighty, so as you can see, latest 18Z GFS run has completed. As you can see, Fiona slamming into Atlantic Canada. Can't really tell what the pressure is since I am viewing on the continental United States panel. However, as you can see clearly, down here we have the big old Tropical Depression 9, aka Ian. My screen is glitching. I don't understand
where is
why,
it?
but
Why don't
something
we,
is not.
why don't we cut to...
Here, wait, I got it back. Got it back. Alright, so as I was saying before, my screen decided to glitch. As you can see right here, GFS does forecast this to go all the way down to a 938 right off the Florida Panhandle. Actually go down to 935. Weaken considerably, but still making landfall as a potentially strong hurricane in the Florida Panhandle, then shifting off towards the north and east, and intensifying over the mid-Atlantic and northeast as a potentially decently strong extratropical cyclone. And yeah, basically just goes right out to Canada and still strengthens as it pushes off towards the north and east as it goes inland, which is something very interesting to see. And I pray that the GFS is not correct, although this is 200 hours out, so you have to take things with a grain of salt. If model consistency does match up with each other, we could be seeing something quite interesting for the East Coast and Mid-Atlantic states within the next week or so, but we will monitor further progress on that.
Yep, interesting when looking at those models. 98L, why am I calling it that? Tropical Depression 9, still with a high chance of really becoming a powerful hurricane there, with expected major hurricane status at the 5-day mark. These forecasts will also update at the end of the hour, so that's why it's going to be a very interesting time to see how these cones are going to change when the National Hurricane Center update. So it's going to be a somewhat tense hour, just waiting out all of that information. And to see whether we do get our next tropical storm, which most people seem to think is going to happen. And ATCF has named Ian just now. So it looks like that's definitely going to happen here because ATCF have named it. There's only one occasion that's I've ever recalled where they've gone back on that. Every other time they go forward with it, so I think that is going to be our name storm now. Of course, it was inevitable, but we think that the name has now been granted. Two main events that we're watching right now: Fiona approaching Nova Scotia, still getting closer and closer. Very difficult to establish just exactly where the center is anymore. It's almost impossible to establish. Some might suggest that it is right now over Sable Island, which is a small thin island that should be visible on this map, but I can't for the life of me see it. Of course, it's hard to see it against all of those colors. But Sable Island is right on the edge of all of that right now. Still decent convection blowing up on the northern side, but certainly at this point Fiona is no longer tropical. We're just going to be waiting for the National Hurricane Center's confirmation, which we'll get within this hour.
We'll be providing you with that information once that comes in.
As always, questions and comments, start your message with Force 13 all in text and we'll be able to respond. Trying to find some though, first of all. And there's some that the comments are just flying by. Nemi says, are the cones conservative? Thoughts on that, please. So
I answer that. Sorry.
I mean, you know, we all are. It's an opinion whether we think it's conservative or not. But I think most of us think that the current cone for Tropical Depression 9 is very conservative.
Highly conservative, honestly, given the fact that basically rapid intensification is almost but guaranteed And it is extremely surprising to see that the National Hurricane Center is going a bit very conservative with this. However, still, the fact that we already have a major hurricane potential landfall in the books, in the cards, is not something that you see every day, and it could be shaping up for a very dangerous storm.
Let's go back to some full disc imagery and show you everything that's going on here. So Fiona and its very large influence there, way up north, approaching the Canadian Maritimes and reaching it, of course. Further south, there's that blow up of convection or two from tropical depression, soon to be storm 9. We still can't officially name it yet until the National Hurricane Center say go. I mean, we could, but it's slightly irresponsible. But we're pretty sure that it's going to become a tropical storm at the end of the hour. Comment from Melina: how does Category 1 hurricane not have an eye in tropical regions but has an eye in subtropical regions? Well, a Category 1 can have an eye in the... Well, they all have eyes, just that in the tropical regions you're more likely to have convection and cloud-filled eyes, in which you can't really see them. In the subtropical zones, usually they're much more visible because there's less convection. And the tropicality of the storms is usually a little bit less as well, meaning that the clouds are a little bit more spread away from the center. So that's really why, but they all have eyes, trust me. Do we think that a Project Phoenix is playing out? I saw that message go somewhere. Was it gone? Is playing out with TD9 right now, or is it too early to tell? Project Phoenix is a exercise that simulates, I think, a Category 4 or 5 hurricane into Tampa Bay. And
Category.
It's way too early to tell whether anything like that will happen yet. That would be very much a worst case scenario. Would we give 9L a 50-50 chance to make it to Category 4 status before Cuba? Oh, 50-50 is a lot to give. No.
Given the fact that trends have been leaning more towards a 65 knot jump, honestly, I think what will happen is that if the cards are played right, I would expect that a landfall as a major hurricane in Cuba is becoming increasingly on the tables. However, as the storm evolves and its peak at a Cat 4 is, without a doubt, a possibility, given the fact that we already are seeing these trends to where we can see a very intense rapid intensification cycle take place. However, the cards do have to play right over where there's the threading of the needle between the eastern Yucatan and the western Cubas, where we have the absolute prime sea surface temperatures and ocean heat content. So, yep, if the cards are played right, then I would expect it to peak at maybe 115 while it makes landfall in Cuba, and then
All right.
we shall see.
I wouldn't say 50-50, but I would say possibly 40% chance.
Yeah.
When you consider that it's a 65% chance that it will get to Category 3 before Cuba, but only just before Cuba, then, yeah, about a 40% chance. That is still quite a large percentage.
Absolutely.
How likely is it that Tropical Depression 9, and I've lost it again, moves between the Yucatan Peninsula and Cuba? Will that cause explosive intensification? Well, that won't cause explosive intensification, but it could continue it if it's already started. The area that explosive intensification would happen would be in the Western Caribbean. As a matter of fact, Patrick, you have a graphic there which depicts it nicely. Those dark red zones, those are areas of really high oceanic heat content. Those are the places to watch for potential massive, big explosive intensification phases.
it's off the scale, actually. I am seeing even darker colors than what's on the scale. So yeah, I mean, wow, I have never seen this much amount of ocean heat content in a while. So yeah, that once this storm passes Jamaica, it's pretty much anybody's game it's pretty much anybody's game in the Western Caribbean. This thing can really do anything once it passes Jamaica, and I am concerned greatly for it.
All right, we had a few comments just now on Tropical Storm Noru, which is one that we don't really want to forget about, but it is competing with everything that's going on out in the Atlantic right now. So, for those who don't know or aren't aware, Tropical Storm Noru is in the Philippine Sea, headed towards the Philippine Islands, Luzon particularly. Here it is right now, looking pretty good on this satellite imagery. One or two suggestions from our team that it could be beginning a rapid intensification phase. It's shrimping a bit when you look at the shape of that. And as you can see, it's getting closer to the Philippine Islands. There are currently Signal 1 warnings in effect out there right now for quite a few provinces. Let me just check for updates. For Isabela, Nueva Vizcaya, Quirino, and the southern portion of mainland Cagayan, Kalinga, Mountain Province, Ifugao, Aurora, and the northern eastern portions of Nueva Ecija. Those are the current Signal 1 warnings for the Philippines right now ahead of this storm, which could reach typhoon status, which is literally the same as a hurricane, Category 1, before it gets there in, I think, 24 hours time. A little bit more, about 36 hours before it's expected to make landfall. So that's the latest on Noru. We can't afford it much time right now because Fiona is very much the main event. However, we'll have plenty of time to talk about that after Fiona passes by later on in the evening / tomorrow. As for right now, let's return to the main event, and that is the anticipated landfall of Hurricane Fiona, or whatever's left of it. Look at that massive gap when you look to the south side of it. Massive amount of dry air there. Clearly post-tropical now by this point. And getting ever closer to reaching land, we believe. 175 kilometers from the closest point of Nova Scotia. What was that?
The outer rain bands of this absolute monster of an extratropical cyclone is already making impacts, and I've measured from that spot. Nathan, if you want to do a conversion for me, I did about 106 or 105 miles from the absolute closest point, which if someone could do the kilometers conversion for that, which would be
170, very close to what I've got.
170 kilometers.
Fascinating. And if we were to bring up some of our, once again, the historical perspective there, those are 7 of the strongest storms to strike either Nova Scotia or Newfoundland, all Category 2s or higher. The only one that was higher was Luis, was a Category 3 equivalent, although it was extratropical. Fiona will strike, we think, very close to the 4 marker there. That's Helene's landfall point in 1958. And we think it will have winds of around 105 miles per hour at landfall, making it only the 8th storm to make landfall in Atlantic Canada with winds of over 100 miles per hour. Which I reckon is quite a statistic when you think about it. When you think that even Dorian couldn't manage that, nor could Larry, nor could Igor. Some of the more well-known names in recent years, none of those managed to make landfall at this intensity that Fiona looks like it's about to achieve. Once again, latest satellite imagery. I don't think Sable Island is marked here. I can't see it, and it's passed over it now, the center. more comments here. Is there any damage reports in Nova Scotia right now? I'm not privy to any at the moment, but that's not to say that there isn't. And how to get GFS models on WSV3. It's under the model section. It should be quite easy to find. Alright, so I'm just trying to find some more comments right now, but if you have any comments or questions for us, start your message with Force 13 all in text. We're sort of in a little bit of a lull whilst we wait for the big dump of updates from the National Hurricane Center soon. They'll be updating on 5 separate storms. What we have... well, actually, we'll take you through all of the Atlantic storms right now, once again. So, first of all, this, of course, is Fiona. Let's get the latest image. Just got to do a refresh on this. I'm just going to refresh on all the others as well. So, there's the latest imagery on Fiona. Look at that mess. And actually, when you look at this image, it's quite clear to see where the center of the storm is. Patrick, are you seeing this?
Let me pull it up real quick. Let me pull up your, what are you looking at exactly? I'm sorry.
On the stream right now. Are you able to catch that?
Yeah, let me just
You can see the little blue areas of low cloud cover, and that is right where the center is. So this imagery helps us determine more where the center is, and it's further away from land than we thought.
Give me 5 seconds and I'll be able to look at what you're looking at, because ads are a thing. Oh yeah, I see that. Oh, I definitely see that. That is... I've been noticing that it's shifting more westward towards Halifax.
So, by current estimates, that's further than we expected. It is still getting quite close though. It was around 200 kilometers from land, so that adds 25 on to what we thought it was. But still, at its current movement, it is probably due to arrive in about 3 hours. 2 to 3 hours. Something like that.
We do have a report from the chat from Canadian saying that I had a power flash from Fiona about a little over an hour ago and I am in southern Nova Scotia. Power outages are being reported in Nova Scotia. Last night I checked, there could have been upwards of maybe over 60,000 from the last time I checked, which wouldn't surprise me at all, but I think those numbers are going to skyrocket, honestly, once next landfall.
Totally.
And still anxiously waiting for the 11 p.m. advisory.
Yep, we certainly are. Here's a look at Gaston. It's been completely sheared off. You can see the center of circulation there passing west of the main islands of the Azores, but the convection is miles away at this point on the other side of the islands. So they're clearly going to make Gaston a much weaker storm. Looks awful. Here is Tropical Depression 9. But we're pretty sure that they're going to name it Tropical Storm Ian very shortly.
Breaking news. Tropical Storm Newton advisory has come out.
Wow, they were early there.
Tropical Storm Newton is southwest of the Sirocco Islands, maintained at 45 miles an hour with a minimal central pressure of 1,003 millibars or 29.62 inches. Some weakening is forecast during the next 48 hours, and Newton is expected to dissipate within the next 3 days.
Far away from anything is Newton in the eastern Pacific Ocean. And here is... I forgot the name. Hermine, located off the west coast of Africa. Cape Verde down there near the bottom of the screen, blowing up some really nice convection. So they might potentially up the strength of that one a little bit later. Logic would suggest that might be the next one to come out in terms of the advisories, because it's the easiest to do. There's no warnings in effect. There's no recon planes inside it. There's no new observations to wait for. So I imagine that one will come next, followed by Gaston, and then I don't know which one will come last, but it'll be close. Cesar, you are, of course, obviously part of our team in Mexico and our Spanish-speaking community, a lot of it being affected by, or potentially affected by, Tropical Depression 9, soon to be Storm. Have you got any thoughts on this system right now?
Well, initially it was forecasted to have some threats in the Yucatan Peninsula, mainly in the Cozumel Island. Has been updated to more to the eastern side of the screen, or whatever it's called. I mean, or eastwards, I want to say. So of course, it's a less threat, a direct threat for the Yucatan Peninsula and Cozumel Island, but the storm surge and the waves, of course, in the coastal territories are still. Well, I think they are going still to have some danger in those places. Because at this point it's expected that Tropical Depression 9, judging by the forecast of the NHC, potentially major hurricane. So far, just a hurricane, probably Cat 2 or Cat 1. But the storm surge and the waves in coastal territories are the main threat, I think. Fortunately for Mexico, isn't going to be a bad situation or something that going to be concerning, but this means that the Cayman Islands and Cuba mainly are going to receive direct system, and this, of course, is going to be a potential dangerous situation, mainly for Cuba, that they are going to have a direct impact in the next 3 days, possibly. And I don't remember which was the last hurricane to impact in the southern part of Cuba. Memory brings me back to Gustav in 2008. But that I don't know, guys.
Oh, jeez. Well, Ida moved through as a Category 1.
Oh, no.
I don't remember that actually made landfall in the southern part of Cuba.
Western.
Wow.
It did make landfall.
But last major, I highly doubt we'd have to go back to 2008, but maybe. I can't think right now. Western Cuba.
In the southern part of the western Cuba, yeah. Probably it was Gustav. I mean, of course, the National Hurricane Center so far maintains it as a category, as a hurricane status below major status. But since rapid intensification has quite a bit of possibilities, well, not a bit, but some mild possibilities. So it can't be ruled out, of course.
Okay, any more news on Recon right now? Are they done in Fiona? They must be by now.
I think they've already completed their mission in Fiona. Let me pull that up really fast. I'll put that up on my stream so we can take a look at some recon data. Here we go, Fiona. Alright, please load. Come on. Okay, here we go. So, wow. Are you seeing this, Nathan? They put 2 drop zones down in the storm, and they're indicating 2 different pressures.
I can't read that from here.
933. It's up on my stream.
933.
I see 933 and 934, and I see a lot of instances of 96 knots or higher winds the northeastern quadrant of the mess that is, and very, very strong winds being indicated from recon flight data, and oh my.
Including the
straps
southeastern side where there isn't even any cloud.
Yeah, where there isn't even any cloud cover. Yes, absolutely. A lot of strong winds on the on that side, which is very interesting to see.
So, Fiona right now, we believe, is around 200 kilometers from closest point of land. You may have seen it at 175 earlier, but we've established that it's just a little bit further away now that we've got a little bit of better grip on where the center actually is. So the center is near the center of that darkish, the most dark area on that screen, and Marlene earlier was right. We are just waiting with bated breath for all the information from the National Hurricane Center. We are expecting that they will declare that Fiona has turned post-tropical, extratropical, and we are expecting them to name our next tropical storm out of Tropical Depression 9.
25 minutes away.
We're just waiting for the confirmation.
I have IamBot in the background ready to ping the crap out of me when it gets updated.
Yeah, we're seriously just... there's an update on Gaston right now. They're going with 60 miles per hour, a pressure of 999, and post-tropical in 24 hours. I think it could be sooner than that, the way it's looking. So... might be a bit of a struggle for Gaston. So that update is now out. I thought Hermine would be first, but no, they went with Gaston. So we're now waiting.
Maybe because Hermine is too far away.
Well, we're now waiting for 3 more storm updates to come out, but we only really care about 2 of those.
Actually, what's interesting about Hermine is there are very few tropical cyclones to be that far east as tropical storm intensity.
Absolutely, one of only a few.
Well, this season has been really not that active as the previous seasons, finally. But, well, there has been like history in the making in the last few years with every kind of storms doing everything that only happen in like once or twice in 100 years, and right now it's currently happening in like just in very short periods of time. These are really interesting. I don't know if it's called like coincidence or just it's a cyclical event that never happened or registered before, and just it's happening right now.
Breaking. Tropical Storm Noru now at 50 knots. The latest GTWC advisory has come out on Tropical Storm Noru and Tropical Storm or Tropical Depression Talus. GTWC is issuing their final warning on Tropical Depression Talus, and it is expected to. And Tropical Storm Noru is now up to 50 knots with a 15 nautical mile northeast quadrant, a 15 nautical mile southeast quadrant, a 15 nautical mile southwest northwest quadrant, 50 nautical miles for the 34 knot winds to the northeast, 50 nautical miles to the southeast, 45 nautical miles to the southwest, and 55 nautical miles to the northwest.
Update out on Tropical Storm Hermine, still at 40 miles an hour. They're expecting a peak of 45 and quick weakening. So really nothing to talk about regarding Hermine. So now we're waiting for the big 2 to find out whether 1, Fiona is post-tropical, which it surely will be, and whether we have Tropical Storm Ian. We're about to find out.
And talking about the update that Patrick just shared to us, Well, I'm kind of surprised that Noru only 50 knots in intensity. By its presentation, it clearly looks like at least 60 or 65 knots in intensity. And maybe it's time to do some request about missions, aircraft missions inside of Typhoons, like they did in earlier 10 or 15 years ago.
Well, they're doing a few.
Well, the JTWC is finally letting go of Talus, and Noru is, I believe, has strengthened from the last advisory, if I am not wrong. And yeah, basically, Noru is now up to 50 knots per the latest JTWC advisory, and per the latest JTWC cone. This will not want to upload for me, so unfortunately I'm not going to pull up that for you, but I believe I did see a maybe 70 or 80 knot peak.
Latest observations right now from satellite suggest that Fiona is now 172 kilometers from the closest point of Nova Scotia, so those kilometers are creeping in once again. It is getting extremely close now. The main core of the storm is about to reach Cape Breton, and I still can't quite tell whether it's going to miss or not. I think it's going, the way it's looking now, I reckon we're probably going to get a landfall right near the eastern tip, and that means that we will probably get, I'm just looking at some of the places here, my tip right now will probably be Louisbourg, if anyone knows it, near the eastern tip of Nova Scotia. Coming soon. We're expecting landfall probably within the next 3 hours or less. But more interestingly, we're about to get the update from the National Hurricane Center shortly. We expect that they'll declare it a post-tropical cyclone. We're sort of transfixed on that right now. There's not really anything else we can talk about until we get the update. But maybe Ethan has a different idea. Anything you'd like to bring up right now?
Well, I'm back. Nothing much that I can see that has changed from when I've got from when I left. But Noru is looking very ferocious.
Oh, no.
JTWC have gone with a peak of 90 knots in the South China Sea and a peak of only 75 knots prior to the Philippines. I see it beating that 75 knot peak easily.
Wow. Well, that means they'll need more than Signal 1 warnings in the Philippines then.
Yes, they will, easily.
I imagine that will be the main body of tomorrow's coverage then, along with Tropical Depression 9 and what it will become. We're pretty sure that it's going to get named at the advisory in just a few moments. But it's not the naming really that we're looking out for, it's going to be the forecast cone, isn't it, Ethan?
For Ian, yes. We'll be Ian pretty soon.
Now, the reminder that the current forecast cone, to show that once again, they're expecting a major hurricane at day 5 just off the coast of Florida. We're about to witness the latest forecast and what they're expecting, and they might spend a little bit of time thinking about it or conversing between each other in the office. Of course, a lot of these advisories, even when they only have one name attached, are often discussed and come to a decision with many different experts before they put out the cone or make the call or make any of these big decisions which will impact emergency planning.
I'm just looking at the ship's guidance now, and it suggests that shear for 9L will get down to a measly 3 knots in 3 days from now.
Wow.
And it'll be 10 knots or less for the better part of 3 days.
Oh, geez.
That is insane.
Jesus. Wow. That is prime for strengthening. Absolutely.
Just a question of how the storm organizes now, pretty much.
We're still sitting waiting for these updates.
Breaking news! Tropical Storm Ian is born. Peak remains 115 miles per hour with the day 5 point now over Florida. That's just news from the NHC.
Interesting.
Yep, there we are.
And they look to call for a landfall near Sarasota again, I believe. But yes, Tropical Storm Ian has just formed in the Atlantic. No changes to the watches and warnings.
Well, I think they should rule them right now. Because there's some possibility.
They're still only going with a peak of prior to Cuba of only 85 miles per hour.
I find it baffling.
Why have they? And they've actually gone with a point 12 hours before of 70 miles per hour. Why are they still going that low?
Maybe because they're uncertain of the land interaction with Cuba. I don't know.
In Cuba, it's mountainous territory, but
not a lot on the west side.
But it's a really thin part of land. I'm not really sure if actually it's going to affect the system at all. I believe it's going to keep intensifying, or maybe just maintain its intensity while it makes landfall and then regain intensity once goes offshore again.
Here's a discussion on Ian. The system remains sheared from the northeast with a low-level circulation evident a bit to the east of the deep convection. Unfortunately, we didn't have the benefit of a reconnaissance aircraft this evening to sample the winds, but satellite estimates did increase a bit. And they've upgraded it. Let's just go to the forecast. Moderate deep layer shear affecting Ian right now is forecast to decrease during the next 6 to 12 hours. In fact, I did miss it, I think. I'm just reading through it. No, we'll read this part. The cyclone will be moving over the very warm waters of the central and northwestern Caribbean Sea, where sea surface temperatures between 29 and 31 degrees Celsius. Intensification is expected to be gradual during the next 36 hours, while Ian gets better organized in a lower shear environment. But after that time, conditions will be conducive for faster strengthening. Their intensity forecast explicitly calls for rapid intensification between days 2 and 3, while Ian is moving over the northwestern Caribbean Sea towards western Cuba. It's worth noting, too, that the RI indices from ships are showing a 2 in 3 chance of a 65 knot increase in winds during the next 3 days, and if that transpires, Ian could be stronger than what's shown in the official forecast. Well, at least they acknowledge it, but still find it very odd that they aren't going with it a little bit more.
Yeah, very, very interesting.
Actually, when was the last time that 4 tropical cyclones were simultaneously active?
Probably last year.
Really?
Certainly the year before.
The 2021 was fairly active. Well, really active to be honest, but 4 cyclones at the same time. I'm not sure about it.
We're still waiting for the coveted advisory on still officially Hurricane Fiona, but we expect at any moment now they will declare it a extratropical cyclone. Because it clearly is one. when you look at satellite imagery. Here it is once again, and its distance to land.
The track forecast for Ian is identical to the last forecast cone.
Wow.
I'm shocked that they didn't shift a little bit west. I would have.
Guys, I see something happened.
Is that Walter?
Yes. Good morning.
Welcome aboard.
Hello.
Good morning.
Or
Good evening
Ian.
from here.
And more news from Fiona's distance to land. We're now putting it at 143 kilometers from land from Nova Scotia, so getting really close now. And actually, the Cape Breton Island is probably going to receive the worst part that they'll receive of the storm in the next 30 minutes.
Has the cone for Ian updated?
I've got the track for it. I haven't got the actual cone, but I've got like all the positions and everything. Like each dot and everything. So still forecasting a landfall close to Port Charlotte. That would be a very bad situation for the Fort Myers area. So overall, the cone up here in Florida appears to have shifted a little bit eastward. But the rest of the forecast, I mean, it remains pretty much the same, pretty much.
As soon as that cone becomes available, we'll show you. But we are still waiting for any new information on Fiona. Let's get a few more questions. If Ian gets retired, when was the last time back-to-back years had the I name retired? Oh god. Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves here.
I think 2003, 2004.
Ah.
Even, yeah.
Jack says, since nobody's talking about it, do you think there's more than a 0.00001% chance of Hone forming this year? A very hard-hitting question. Yes, there is more than that chance.
To be honest, I don't think I don't have any chance right now.
Canadian man says an update from Nova Scotia. Winds are heavy, rain is heavy, power is out for 13% of Nova Scotia residents. And Robbie's just corrected you on that I question. Igor and Irene.
Oh, yes.
So, if you've just joined us, Tropical Storm Ian has formed in the Atlantic, and we'll be updating all of our graphics. That will take a while. We're just waiting, before we do any of that, on the Fiona update, as it's turning most likely post-tropical, and they will note that in the update. They must be having a really long think about this, though, before they put out their update. I guess it is a tough call as to what wind speed you would put it at now, Ethan. What do you think?
I haven't got a clue.
You haven't got a clue. Any other takers?
I would say 115. But if it's still at 125,
110.
if it's still at 125 when it goes extratropical, I'm going to lose my mind. How can storms get that strong in higher latitudes that
It's really strange to have a major extratropical hurricane.
Fiona is post-tropical now. Updates
There
out,
we go.
105 miles per hour, 933 millibars.
What? Whoa.
Check that wind and pressure relationship out.
How is the wind speed, sorry?
105, 95 knots. Actually, no, not 95
Fine.
knots. Or actually, 90 knots.
So, no changes in the warnings there either. We'll update our graphics when we can. But considering I have to do it personally, that might take a while. Hurricane Fiona, well, not hurricane anymore. Post-tropical cyclone Fiona. I mean, how do I even write it? Extratropical storm Fiona, I would say, probably.
Extratropical hurricane Fiona.
No. 105 miles an hour, 933. Have you ever seen such a wacky wind prep? But that happens in the extratropics, though. Huh?
Means there hasn't been 4 active hurricanes or tropical cyclones simultaneously active. The last time was 2020. Some guys in the comments just confirmed it. But it was longer than that.
You'll hear me typing as well.
You type really, really fast.
It's part of the job. So, Hurricane Fiona has turned post-tropical. That's the news we have right now, as well as the formation and official confirmation of Tropical Storm Ian. That is the name that might blight Florida in the next 5 days. Expected to make landfall there as a major hurricane. Do we have the new cone? Let's see. There it is, the new cone. And it is pretty much the same as the last one. Fascinating. And if that cone comes to fruition as well, you could be looking at an extended track up the US East Coast. Which I'm not a fan of. Definitely not. Fiona is post-tropical. Clear signs of weakening in those cloud tops in recent frames. And very clear to see where the centre of it is. I don't think you can call that an eye. But a massive, massive gap inside it now. As it turns post-tropical. For the time being, ignore all of our side graphics, because we're going to be updating all of that in a few minutes. But, Ethan, what do you think about all of this right now? The updates, are the calls correct, you think?
On Ian, I don't think it is with the forecast, to be honest. I think it should be higher.
Anyone support the National Hurricane Center with that forecast?
Sorry, what's its peak
I
again?
think it's a bit conservative.
What was the peak for the NHC?
115 miles per hour. And they only have 85 miles per hour pre-Cuba when ships has a 2 in 3 chance of a major hurricane prior to Cuba.
That's quite conservative, it is, yeah.
I mean, I get that, like, the NHC is being conservative, but there's a level of being...
yeah.
Yeah, there's you gotta understand that there's a level of being conservative, and then there's a level of being too conservative.
Well, I don't think it's too conservative, but
it's too conservative, yeah. There is like a margin of errors. To be honest with you. And the thing is,
if it doesn't get major status, sorry, Walter.
I mean, the H-Wolf didn't even put Ian into major before hitting Cuba. H-Wolf puts
it has in previous runs
after it hit Cuba. So yeah, I don't know. There is margin of error, but the peak should be higher. I think could be higher.
I would put it higher.
But right now, it's 115 seems alright, conservative, but should be higher.
It is what it is. A hurricane is on the way from Tropical Storm Ian, and a hurricane has arrived, although it is no longer a hurricane anymore. Post-tropical cyclone Fiona about to make landfall in Nova Scotia. We're going to continue here for one more hour of coverage tonight, and then we will wrap it up at the apt time of midnight Eastern Time. Until then, we're going to take a short break here. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Stay tuned. Live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. So, Tropical Storm Ian has formed in the Caribbean Sea, and Hurricane Fiona turns post-tropical with its landfall possibly imminent in Nova Scotia, drawing very close now with winds of 105 miles per hour and a central pressure of 933 millibars. The bottom graphic will update shortly. We've just updated the left one. And Ian, of course, being the one to watch as well in the Caribbean Sea, which could rapidly intensify as it approaches Cuba, and then on to western Florida, where it could make a Category 3 landfall. That's currently being forecasted by the National Hurricane Center. And if that wasn't enough, we also have Western Pacific activity, with a substantial tropical cyclone brewing in the form of Tropical Storm Noru, Philippine name Carding. Good morning to viewers over there near the Philippines, as there are Signal 1 warnings in effect there as well. It's all going on tonight. But right now we're mainly looking at Hurricane Fiona, or what's left of it. Extratropical Storm Fiona will be its official name now, I think, as it approaches the coast of Nova Scotia. Last we saw it was 143 kilometers away, and those miles and kilometers are ticking down fast. As a matter of fact, let me just check the latest estimate. It's very hard to get an accurate estimate now. But now it would appear that we are at 133 kilometers. And we are here for one more hour of coverage before we call it a night here as well. My name's Nathan Foy here in the studio, and we are joined tonight by several people. We have Tim in the background, apparently working on some background stuff, whatever that might mean. Ethan is with us, Patrick, Marlene, and Walter. Hello to all of you.
Hello.
Who would like to begin to tell us the latest in this saga of Hurricane Fiona, now Extratropical Storm Fiona?
I guess that will be me. I've been looking at latest satellite imagery, and it does appear that center of Tropical Cyclone Fiona, or at least the core of the center, the eastern fringe of the center, my bad, has made impact on a very, very small and tiny island south of Nova Scotia. I'm not 100% sure on what island that is.
What, Sable Island?
Sable Island, yes, that is correct. And based on the latest National Hurricane Center forecast advisory, the hurricane force wind field, oh wow, it expanded dramatically.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we have you, Marlene.
I do have an observation from Sydney River in Nova Scotia, where they're getting estimates of winds of sustained at 56 kilometers an hour easterly, and they're getting gusts of 83 kilometers an hour. And that's near Sydney.
You also take a look in the live output room. I put something in there. Live output room, a photo from, or a tweet.
Someone will have to relay it here. I can't get that on.
I will pull that up.
The more we look at satellite, though, you can see that the reds and the oranges are starting to decay. The storm is gradually weakening down to 105 miles per hour. You might have heard a little ding there. That means my new graphic is ready for our bottom bar, which brings us nice and square once again. Extratropical Storm Fiona, 105 mile per hour winds, pressure 933. That's 170 kilometers per hour sustained. I don't know if Tim would like to speak to us right now, but I know he's scurrying around looking at various webcams. So you got an opportunity to talk now if you'd like, to give us a little perspective on what we're looking at.
Yeah, Nathan. A couple of the cameras that I have been keeping an eye on. One is out of Peggy's Cove. The other one is from inside Halifax, respectively. And the webcam there really taking a beating as the winds are going through what is Pier 21, which is in Halifax. That camera keeps going in and out at times due to the strong wind and the connectivity, but you can definitely see when that camera is operating, the trees down in the bottom of the screen blown around from the winds of Fiona.
Yep, we don't get to see a huge amount there as all the imagery is in and out, as you mentioned, but clearly heavy rainfall there at that location, it would seem, and from what we did see, certainly blustery winds. Back to our main view. It's a ferocious, formidable system, that's for sure. The strongest winds are probably about to be felt on Cape Breton Island, and that could be wind speeds, as mentioned, of 170 kilometers per hour, gusting probably to around 200 kilometers per hour. Several different storms to look at right now in the Atlantic. We're mainly looking at Fiona in this hour as it's about to make landfall, but we cannot ignore that Tropical Storm Ian was just named and is forecasted to strike Cuba as a hurricane and onto Florida as a major hurricane as we enter next midweek. J.O. says, where can I find infrared imagery of Fiona? There's plenty of sources out there. I'm spoilt for choice as to which one I might say is the best. I would start with NOAA Star, personally. That's the imagery that you're seeing on the left panels.
Star is nice. We also have Real Earth from as well, I believe.
And they all have their pros and cons as well. Oh look, there's some radar too, that's really important. We've not seen enough radar imagery. Oranges moving through there.
Another observation from Inverness in Nova Scotia. They're getting sustained winds of 53 kilometers an hour facing north and getting gusts of 79 kilometers an hour. And that's on the Gulf of St. Lawrence side.
Yep, we can see it there. But real intense lines there, those oranges on the radar, moving right through Sydney and all of those other locations, which I'm less familiar with admittedly, and reaching the southwestern tip of Newfoundland. Loads of things to track right now.
Did a direct landfall on Sable Island too.
I think it was, yes. I think it quite possibly was a direct landfall on Sable Island. I wonder whether it was technically still a hurricane at that point.
Yeah, it would have been on the razor's edge. We'll have to see what post-analysis says, I guess.
Start your message with Force 13 all in text for live questions and answers. Hopefully we have your answers. It will light up for us on our YouTube chat. And if I'm not mistaken, I don't know if we're still live broadcasting on Facebook as well, courtesy of our streamer David. I've no idea whether that's still going or not. There were some comments earlier, I think. Do we ever recall a storm of this magnitude ever striking this far north? Well, we look at that historical perspective graphic, which I've shown a few times, and it's up there. It's going to be the 8th storm in history to make landfall with winds of 100 miles per hour or more. I cut someone off earlier. Who was that?
Should be me. If you don't mind, I got some reports based on the airports around Nova Scotia. Basically, if you don't know, there's a thing called META, which stands for Meteorological Aerodrome Report. It basically is a report that is based on the airport, or I mean, an airfield. And I've gathered some airports around Nova Scotia, and gives us this. In Halifax, the winds were blowing at 26 knots, gusting 43. In I think there was Port Hawkesbury, winds were 18 knots, gusting 36 knots, actually.
Wow.
Just updated. 18 knots, gusting 38 now.
I thought they'd get higher there.
Well, the thing is, Meta doesn't record anything too much. Well, to be honest, I can't find the report at Sable Island because I believe one, it is gone. Two, it is, I don't know. I'll have a look. But in Sydney, the winds were much higher. It's blowing at 32 knots, gusting 46 now.
Well, I'm on the weather, the Environment Canada one, and just for Sydney, Nova Scotia, the current conditions observed at 12 a.m. ADT at the Sydney airport, winds easterly at 58 kilometers an hour, gusting to 85 kilometers an hour.
We've actually got some more reports here. This is interesting. Oh, these are only wind gusts, but they're still high numbers compared to what we've heard so far. Sable Island, 68 knot gusts just now. And there's another location on the coast of Nova Scotia that actually got even higher. Let me just try and verify where this is first. Is that Halifax?
There's a report at Hart Island, blowing 43, gusting 51.
Oh, that wasn't Halifax, sorry.
Beaver Island. Oh, no, I mean in Halifax. Let me take a look at Halifax if you want the report. In Halifax, it was 26, gusting 43. Yeah. In the coastline, in Beaver Island, it was much higher. It's 60 knots, gusting 76.
There's a wind gust of 76 knots reported somewhere in the vicinity of Spry Bay, which is near Sheet Harbour. 76 knots. That's a wind gust. Try and see if there's any other noteworthy. Well, I got confused with Halifax earlier. There's a 46 knot gust there. So these are significant numbers, but they are just gusts. But clearly the wind is definitely going to be getting up when you see those bands moving in. And the very close bands near the centre now, Tim, getting very close to the coast. And it looks to me as though we're only about an hour away or less until the rain starts to taper off and you enter the centre of this storm. If you're in eastern Nova Scotia tonight.
Just a report from Louisbourg in Nova Scotia, which is right on the tip. 66 kilometers an hour northeast, gusting to 99 kilometers an hour.
99? Where it is?
We've got an update from Bagassa. Signal 2 warnings have been issued for the Paleto Islands and Aurora in Luzon.
Alright, here we go again. So we're switching from one storm to another. This is the Philippines now that we're looking at. Tropical Storm Noru, Philippine name Carding, intensifying maybe rapidly. Ethan?
Yes, I'll pull up my imagery here. It's a bit sparse because it's still loading. But clearly rapidly intensifying right now. You can see there, I'll try to get a better loop going here. It'll just take me just a few minutes just to get this GIF loaded. But either way, we do have Signal 2 warnings now in place for the Philippines. There they are.
There they are. So that stepped up a notch there in the Philippines.
Not a good situation either way you want to look at it. Alright, let's see if we can get this GIF up now. Hopefully this loop will give us some idea. So here's the loop that I've got of Noru. Quite a storm, I will say so myself.
Yep, definitely blowing up something there, and wouldn't surprise me in the slightest to have a decent eye wall structure underneath that.
It
Is that a
confirmed
dual
by a microwave.
outflow?
I think it might be.
Maybe, yeah. It is.
Another
That
comment.
is crazy.
Another comment here. What's with the low pressure for a 105 mile an hour storm? 933 millibars. I would think that would make it 145 to 150 miles per hour. Well, in the tropics, you would be right. But Fiona is no longer a tropical beast. It is a extratropical beast. And there's a whole different set of rules up there where you can have an extreme example being the Brea storm in 1993 off the coast of Ireland. Had a pressure of 914 millibars. And actually, the BBC operationally actually had it at 909 millibars. And winds of only 80 miles per hour. That's just how it is up there. These storms are much larger. Their wind field distribution is much larger and different. The ambient air pressure to begin with is much lower, and so storms find it much easier to get to lower pressures in the extratropical zones. Once again, if you have more questions for us, please send them in live. We're just really watching this event unfold. It's getting very late in the night now, and conditions deteriorating clearly, but the satellite and the radar are two completely different things when you look at them together. Let's go back to Timothy's imagery and take a look back at that radar. Once again, you can see where the center of the storm is starting to appear. And already in Sydney and eastern tip there of Cape Breton, you're already starting to see that rain lighten up. Still a few little bits to get through, but shortly it looks like you'll be in the middle of this storm, and just shows how disjointed it's looking now when you look at that radar presentation. Not very good. And I would say possibly that on that western side there, all of that rainfall was probably earlier on the eastern side when it was losing itself. Probably was once the strongest part of a Hurricane Fiona, now throwing itself into the central part of Nova Scotia, Port Hawkesbury area. Let's get some more comments. How fast is post-tropical Fiona moving? Let me see. In the last 2 hours, estimated movement during that time, ooh-wee, over 100 kilometers per hour.
That'd be 45 miles an hour.
No, more than that. It's about 65 miles an hour.
Goodness.
Yes.
NHC is going with 46 right now. What?
Let me just cross-check this imagery again, try and figure out where the center of this storm is now. Although it's quite difficult to pinpoint. Once again, it's those darker areas on that image that is probably where the center is. And by my reckoning now, that would make it only 105 kilometers.
Wow.
105 kilometers from reaching land.
Just an updated radar from Louisburg. 69 kilometers an hour northeast winds, gusts of 104 kilometers an hour. And they've got a pressure right now of 97.3 kilopascals.
Thank you to Ying for your support tonight. Rather difficult evening with all of this going on and systems all around the world. We will continue to cover this for the rest of this hour, and then we're calling it a night, as you probably should too if you're in Canada, as this storm blows through. How strong do we think Ian will get? Open question for everyone.
Cat
125 miles per hour.
There's the
easily 130.
There's the forecast cone for it once again, and major hurricane expected from the National Hurricane Center on Tuesday.
What are you thinking for peak, Nathan?
Oh, it's a tough one. I think it will get to 115 miles per hour before Cuba. Then it could do something like... Oh, what was the storm I was looking at earlier? Gosh, I can't remember. But there was a storm that went up another category, basically, when it went into western Cuba, between the Isle of Youth and Cuba, you know. So that round intensification could continue, and it's a tough call. Right now, I would say 130 miles an hour. It's a pretty low risk guess, that one. Let's see what else we have right now. We'll take a look at anything. Is Polistes says, I know this is far out, but could Ian spawn a tornado outbreak as a remnant? Well, it could spawn a tornado outbreak as a hurricane.
I would not honestly call that sorry.
Well, that was half a sentence right there.
Sorry, I would honestly not call that out right now. However, usually with tropical cyclones on the right to left moving quadrant, tropical tornado outbreaks are usually common, so we will have to wait.
You're sounding tired.
It's 11:30.
Well, I guess we're getting to that point in the stream here. Another comment, would Ian hit Connecticut as an extra tropical storm? Now we're getting a little bit too far ahead of ourselves here. That is a long way out. Ethan, I don't suppose you want to show us some models in this hour?
I can, but I'm just quite tired at this point. I can pull some up.
Given latest model consistency trends, my opinion on the matter is that we would have to wait for more model guidance to come up for the next week. However, East Coast impacts, extratropical or not, are not zero. I can just only say that.
There isn't really any new models since we've shown them before, Nathan.
We should show them again, though, because we've probably got a whole different set of viewers than we had then. I think we should at least show some stuff for Ian. Another comment there, can Ian become a Category 5? I'll never say never.
Not zero.
Non-zero chance. Everyone's so tired all of a sudden over there, Ethan and Patrick. I'd like to point out that here at Force 13 HQ it's nearly 4:30 in the morning. But anyway, Ethan, what are we looking at here? Is that the HWRF?
Yeah, that is the HWRF. And weakens in a little bit. And then undergoes a center relocation. This is the 18Z run, so a new one is due shortly. Looks like a borderline major into western Cuba, and then really goes off the rails. 145 miles per hour peak there in the Gulf before weakening, and it looks to be taking a more northerly track. HMON.
Oh,
we'll pull this
so
up.
that might be more in line with the GFS then.
I think so. HMON, once again, western Cuba, into the Gulf, Cat 4, major hurricane, and then weakens on approach to Florida there. You can see it moving into Florida. GFS, we'll pull that up here. It really develops the storm pretty quickly. Once again, into western Cuba, which I will point out all three of these runs that I've shown so far are west than the NHC forecast.
Yeah.
Into the Gulf. Significant hurricane, 930s in the pressure, and then looks to weaken as it moves to the Florida Panhandle. It probably won't go due north like this. It'll probably curve inland like that, and probably will make a major hurricane landfall. But the GFS isn't resolving this trough correctly.
Okay.
And
that explains that.
CMC here. Let me try to get to it first. Similar track, although it's west of the Isle of Youth. Tracks into the Gulf and really has a straightforward north track.
So, if all of these models are taking it west of the National Hurricane Center forecast, then begs the question, why are they going so far east?
I don't know, to be honest.
Oh.
I mean, model consensus is over here. I mean, maybe it's because of the ensembles. Maybe we can look at the ensembles real quick.
Yes, let's do that.
Let's have a look. I'll wait for it to, hopefully it can load here as I go along.
So on this, when you see that, the GFS has loads of different ensemble members, and they're all plotted out on that map. So the orange zones there where there's most agreement as to where the low pressure might go. And look at that, Ethan. There's not much agreement there in the long range. This is what I'm thinking. It's still extremely uncertain up there. Look at that. There's one that goes into New Orleans, too.
Yeah. And then
I think
later on, yeah, more systems maybe.
Long range shenanigans. And then here's the Euros.
I think they're also counting for the eastern outer lies, or the eastern coast.
Look at the spread there.
That's a wide spread.
But the Euro also swings this thing across Florida,
which would be basically in line with the current GFS cone.
Blimey. Ideally, you want to fit your cone inside most of those ensembles. Well, how far out is that?
That's just past 2 days. 6 days.
6 days?
Mm-hmm.
So, if you did a 6-day forecast cone, imagine the size of the cone on day 6. That would be preposterous.
Preposterous.
Good thing that we don't do those kind of forecast cones.
Well, 5 days is still bad enough if you go back to the 5-day there. But what I'm really pointing out is the remarkable the size of the disagreement between models there towards the end of that 5-day period. We're still really looking anywhere from Louisiana to all the way up the US East Coast. Shouldn't strike Louisiana, but a couple of ensembles do it. But the bulk of the bulk of the consensus would be for the storm to make landfall in Florida, and that's what we think will happen. But there you go. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. We're here for another 25 minutes before we call time on our coverage tonight, as Tropical Storm Fiona closes in those last few kilometers before reaching what looks like it's going to be a landfall now on near the eastern tip of Cape Breton Island. Let me try and decipher that map again and figure out a new position estimate. Hasn't changed very much, but now we're estimating, yep, still around 105 kilometers from making landfall. Let's go back and look at all of the Atlantic systems live. Here is Fiona once again. Let's just update these images. I mean, I wish we were, you know, superhumans and we would never get tired. We'd be able to do this coverage all day, all night. It'd be great. But there is Fiona and its evolution or devolution from hurricane status to a strong extratropical cyclone, still with 105-mile-per-hour winds. Hasn't really slowed down. A pretty straight track when you follow it closely, and getting very close to land now. Let's reiterate those warnings again for post-tropical cyclone Fiona. Hurricane warning for Nova Scotia from Hubbards to Brule, Prince Edward Island, Isle de la Madeleine, and Newfoundland from Parsons Pond to Francois. Tropical storm warning for St Andrews, New Brunswick to west of Hubbards, Nova Scotia, west of Brule to Cap Madeline, Quebec, Anticosti Island, Sheldrake, Quebec to north of Parsons Pond, Newfoundland, Boat Harbour to Hare Bay, and Francois to St Lawrence. A tropical storm watch for north of Boat Harbour to West Bay, Labrador. Now let's look at Gaston, and it's looking pretty nasty right now. In a good way, it's looking terrible. The convection's completely been ripped from it. It's got an exposed circulation now, and it's been sheared to bits. However, tropical storm warnings still remain in effect for all of the Azores, which it's currently passing through. Next is, of course, Ian, the new tropical storm in the Caribbean Sea, and the one, of course, everyone is concerned about. No changes in the watches and warnings, or just the watches so far. At the last advisory, there's a tropical storm watch for Jamaica, and there's a hurricane watch for the Cayman Islands. Burst of convection in the last few minutes, maybe. So looks like it's on its way. And Hermine, why do I keep calling it Helene? Hermine, off the west coast of Africa, still blowing up decent amounts of convection, but looks like it's getting a little bit blown off course, off centre. Dry air will eventually get the better of this storm and probably wind shear. They expect a peak of 45 miles per hour briefly before it weakens again. And that's pretty much enough said on Hermine. And of course, in the Western Pacific, we have Tropical Storm Noru, which is looking better and better. Somewhere on this satellite, there it is. Another very impressive storm that we're going to have to cover in depth in the next 24 hours for our Philippine audience. Signal 2 warnings in effect now for parts of Aurora, I think it was, and the Polidio Islands. But back to the main feature, which is Fiona's last few kilometers before it limps over the line and makes its landfall in Nova Scotia.
I do have an updated tropical cyclone information statement. It's an intermediate one. Post-tropical storm Fiona has begun impacting Atlantic Canada and eastern Quebec with heavy rainfall and powerful hurricane force winds and will continue overnight and into Saturday. Location 44.5 degrees north, 60.8 degrees west, about 215 kilometers east of Halifax. Maximum sustained winds 167 kilometers per hour. Present movement north at 74 kilometers per hour. Minimal central pressure 936 millibars. Fiona is on track to make landfall in the next few hours. This storm is producing severe winds and very heavy rainfall. Widespread gusts of 80 to 110 kilometers an hour have so far been reported over Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, and Ile de la Madeleine, with peak gusts of 144 kilometers an hour over Beaver Island, Nova Scotia. Rainfall amounts have reached 60 to 90 millimeters over eastern mainland Nova Scotia and Cape Breton. There is also a high likelihood of storm surge for parts of Nova Scotia, the Gulf of St. Lawrence, and western Newfoundland.
Thank you for that, and a little position update there. 102 kilometers now from landfall. A few comments. J.O. says, chances of a sting jet in post-tropical Fiona, and how strong could those wind gusts be? Well, we could be looking at wind gusts of still category 3 force right now, of over 115 miles per hour, getting near to 200 kilometers per hour. As for the sting jet, I can see where that might come from. I'm not sure, quite honestly. I wouldn't rule it out in a storm like this to come creeping up on the backside. Will Ian struggle with any shear? Well, the thing is, wind shear is going to take a real tumble very soon, if not already happening. So Ian has got really, really good conditions ahead of it. So it's going to be a problem. Back to this imagery, and you can see the storm down there. Let's just switch. Alright, well, it's broke there for a minute. Let's just switch to this imagery. It shows you a little bit more detail what's going on, particularly in the lower levels. Look at that big burst of convection that's just happened over the storm. Looking pretty decent. And some of its early immature bands moving out westwards through the Caribbean, and as Ethan pointed out earlier, I think, lasting quite a while over there without any shear problems at all. And eventually it will gradually make that turn towards the northwest and then up towards Florida. Already in its sights. How much rainfall would Florida get from Ian? Decent question, and I would personally say right now that anywhere that gets the central core of the storm is possibly in for 20 inches of rain when it moves over. And could Ian reach a category 3 by the time it reaches central Florida? Certainly could. That's on the forecast, and it's expected we reckon, what is that? We reckon it might reach category 3 status before it even reaches the western coast of western tip of Cuba, and then possibly intensify a little bit more. Dirt Monster wants to know if they're spared in New Smyrna. No, not yet. I would say nowhere in Florida is exempted from being in this forecast at all.
Especially Port Canaveral.
We do have some news, Nathan. The final reconnaissance for Fiona has left the storm. AF302 is out of there.
Well, we're glad to see the back of it anyway.
Yeah, some of their findings on their last pass were a little interesting. Granted, NAT is running with 105 miles per hour surface level winds. That is backed by some of the reconnaissance data. However, I don't think we're seeing the worst of the winds just yet. The last pass did indicate at flight level that there was still some 120 knot winds back to the southeast of Sable Island. So while Fiona is starting to move in to the northern Nova Scotia and southwestern Newfoundland areas, the strongest winds are still back behind most of the rain.
Well, now we have just had a 81 knot wind gust at Spry Bay. Once again, along the eastern coast of Nova Scotia, just east of Halifax. 81 knot gust. It's the highest we've seen so far. And also a 64 knot gust, that is hurricane force, has been reported at, where's that? I think it's Monastery, which isn't far from Port Hawkesbury. Monastery area, 64 knot wind gust there. And a 50 knot wind gust at Lewisburg. 60 knot wind gust as well on the eastern tip of Prince Edward Island. So quite a few places getting some strong gusts now. As for Newfoundland at this moment, the highest gust so far is 44 knots, and that has been reported at Codroy Valley. Also a 46 knot gust on whatever that small island's called, north of Cape Breton and Prince Edward Island, that other small island. knots there.
0Z GFS is running, by the way, Nathan.
Anything interesting so far?
Here we go.
No, it's only just started running.
We probably won't be able to catch much from it before we have to call time. But I'll do my best and we'll see if we can spot any information on there. Tim, how's the radar looking?
Right now, Nathan, the northernmost edge of Fiona is starting to push into the Gulf of St. Lawrence. The heaviest bands just came through Sydney, Nova Scotia. And you could definitely see on the reflectivity, Nathan, that some of that rainfall and convection is starting to really weaken probably in the last 25 to 30 minutes. A lot of those darker oranges we were seeing are starting to be replaced by lighter yellows.
Yeah, when you compare the first frame to the last frame, it's halved in size. Although I wonder if that radar might have limitations.
I can see if we can get a better look at it. We can come down here.
Look at
This is
Halifax?
Marion. This one's Marion Bridge. We can come down here to Gore, which is probably a little bit closer to Halifax. We'll give it a chance to boot up, and then
Oh, there it is.
yeah, you can see the rest of the southern side of Fiona here. And places like Bridgewater, Bedford, over to Wilson's Cove, up towards Summerside, they are still getting heavily hammered by all the rain there.
Yep, some big rain rates there.
And Nathan, just to tell you, that island is known as the St. Pierre and Miquelon Islands.
Oh, is that it there?
Yes.
No, that's to the east, isn't it? St. Pierre and Miquelon is off Newfoundland, is it not?
I can take a look. We can pull up some Google Earth here and see what islands we have
Sorry
up there.
about this, everyone. Yeah, and in the meantime, I'm also watching the GFS starting to come out. And after 36 hours on the model run, sorry, 42 hours, it's at 994 millibars and about 50 mile an hour winds. Let's see if we can get any new information regarding Fiona's position from land. There once again is the very latest satellite imagery depicting that probable center there where the darkest colors are, and I've got to try and transpose that over to another monitor and figure out some distances. So yeah, now we would say at this point that this storm is 91 kilometers from landfall. So even at that speed, it's probably still just over an hour to 2 hours from landfall. So it's definitely going to be an early hours landfall, of course. So it's going to be a rough night in that whole area. Already is.
It actually looks, like Nathan, on the last few frames of your satellite imagery, that we're seeing a little bit more of a north to northwestward turn towards Cape Breton.
Yes. Yes, I absolutely agree. Look at that. Could you go back to your west, further east radar? I just want to see if we can triangulate the very center here, looking at your radar. Because obviously when we get a radar center, that's even more accurate.
Yeah, we can. I could try to stop it on the last frame here and see if we can get a good fix on it with everything.
It's tough because we don't have the other side.
Yeah, that is the problem, is this radar looks like it does pick up Sable Island, which is to the south.
Yeah.
And we know that center is to the north of it.
Tim, if you zoom right in, wait, go back to that last frame, and if you just go straight in there at the same... No.
Where at?
If you go to the last frame and zoom right in to the center of your screen, literally.
Alright, well, there's timestamp is 11:47.
And when you look at... Alright, stop now. When you see that little... I mean, how do you even describe this? There's that curve down towards your right-hand side. And I reckon that's pretty much the edge of the center there. No, not that one. Further east. Further east.
Thinking over in this area.
No, in the middle.
In the middle.
Yeah.
Well, Cape Breton is up in this area up here where Sydney is at. And it looked like it was about due south.
Well, you were literally on it. You were literally on it before. Were you, between the two areas that you marked, that other little curved area.
So, like over in...
That's the one. We have our center right there. At least on my current estimate.
Yeah, that'd be about right, Nathan, because if it came over Sable Island almost going due north, and then starting to make that northwestward turn, yeah, that'd be about right.
Some more comments here, and if you do have any quickly, please send them in. Why is I name storm always hit the US? The I name is a curse.
No.
Well, I guess it's just probability. By the time we get to the 9th storm, it's usually the peak season and peak season usually favors US storms. What can I say? How fast is Tropical Storm Ian moving? I actually don't know myself. Let's check the National Hurricane Center cone, and it says 12 miles per hour west-northwest. And a tiny wind field at that. So that once again is that cone. And for those who haven't seen it, the Fiona cone, there it is. Size of that hurricane force wind field. Quite intense. Some serious gusts in that though. We've already witnessed 81 knots, the highest we've seen so far.
Yeah, and I would say, Nathan, the worst of that is just probably another hour or so out based on where we're estimating that center at off of the radar.
GFS model is out to 48 hours and depicts Ian at 987 millibars and 65 miles per hour. That's the start of rapid intensification, I think. Oh no, went from 50 to 60 in 6 hours there.
Yep.
So we'll see what the next images show. Let me just quickly check if there's been any more gust reports. Just gonna have to check here. And after we had an 81 earlier, that's no update to that one. In fact, there's no updates at all. I'll have to check again in a few more minutes. Just looking closely, a lot of places on Prince Edward Island though, around about 48 knot gusts.
Alright, and it does look like, Nathan, that the Halifax webcam we had up earlier looks to be back up and running for the time being. It looked like there was about a 50-minute outage on this webcam. Probably due to the strong winds and everything that were going through there. And it seems like...
There it is.
And the second I pull it up, it says it wants to go down again.
I thought it looked calm then for a minute. Cyclone Tracking Oz, thank you very much for your support and message. Thanking us for our coverage. That's what we're here for. Griff Forza says JMA has increased the intensity of Noru to 55 knots. That's interesting.
Yeah, I get the last... there it's trying to process through there.
Mm-hmm.
It's still a little blustery. You can see down the bottom, some of the trees still blown in the wind there.
Quite a few people in the comments talking about the power situation as well. People saying lights are on and off. Some people saying that they're off, that the power's out already.
Nathan, may I interject?
Yeah, go.
Based on satellite imagery, the northern extent of the center of post-tropical cyclone Fiona has made landfall in eastern Nova Scotia.
According to what, sorry?
According to satellite imagery. Just based on the darker values where the center is, it does appear that it's starting to make landfall.
Well, yes, I mean... the clearer areas are making landfall. The actual centre of the storm is still a little way off. Not that it makes a huge amount of difference, of course. At this juncture, I think we're going to call it quits here. It's been a very dangerous storm, and it will remain so for a while longer yet. Fiona has been quite a ride over several days. Category 4 hurricane less than 24 hours before it reached the coast of Atlantic Canada. Do you imagine if it stayed strong for a little bit longer? That would have been pretty insane. With 4 storms still active in the Atlantic right now. Blimey, 4 storms. We're going to be very busy over the next few days with more coverage on all of those storms, and of course the Pacific typhoon. Potential typhoon, of course. It isn't there yet, but we expect that it probably will be soon. We'll be watching very closely for all of that activity. Subscribe to the Force 13 channel on YouTube. We do regular video updates outside of our live coverage on all of these storms as well. And you can follow us on our social media outlets on Facebook and Twitter. Search Force 13 all in text. If you enjoyed our coverage and would like to support our work, we have our membership scheme on our YouTube channel. And if you feel like you're able to help us in our live coverage, we're always looking out for those kinds of people too. We've never got too many people to help out with our coverage, on air and off air. Anyway, that's it from us here. Thanks very much to our team tonight, who have worked extremely hard throughout this whole event. Of course, things aren't over in the Atlantic Basin and beyond, and they'll be back working hard across the weekend and the week to come. From us here at Force 13 HQ tonight, that's it. Stay safe and stay well, and don't do anything dumb. Take the necessary precautions, and we'll see you on the other side.
Have a good night.